Good morning. I will now call this meeting of the Standing Committee on Social Development to order. My name is Caitlin Cleveland and I am the MLA for Cam Lake and chair of this committee. The NWT Legislative Assembly's Standing Committee on Social Development is made up of regular members who can look deeper into social issues affecting NWT residents. Amongst its other responsibilities, committee is currently conducting a 5-year review of the Child and Family Services Act and its related resources available to NWT residents. The committee wishes to acknowledge that certain topics are of a sensitive nature and may be triggering for some individuals. Should you become uncomfortable or experience any mental distress, please contact a healthcare provider in your community right away. Our first order of business is review and adoption of the agenda. Mr. Burla?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning we have 2 presentations related to the Child and Family Services Review. First, we have a presentation from the Northern Birthwork Collective, followed by one from the Foster Family Coalition of the NWT. Then at 12 noon, we have a technical briefing hosted by the Department of Justice regarding the integrated service delivery model. We will take a short break for lunch. Then in the afternoon, committee will reconvene in camera to hear a briefing from the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burla. Are there any additions or changes to today's agenda, members? Seeing and hearing none, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as is? MLA Simpson, thank you very much. MLA Simpson has adopted our agenda for today. Having reviewed and adopted the agenda today, are there any conflicts of interest? Seeing and hearing none. Today, committee will hear presentations related to the Child and Family Services Review from Ms. Sabina Flack, Project Director, and Ms. Dega Scott, Research and Development Lead from the Northern Birthwork Collective. Then after a break, committee will hear another Child and Family Services presentation from Ms. Tammy Roberts, Executive Director of the Foster Family Coalition of the NWT, and the third public presentation of the day will be a technical briefing on the integrated service model hosted by the Department of Justice. Today's meeting is being live streamed on the Assembly's social media challenges, and to respect physical distancing requirements, all witnesses will be attending by video conference. I would like to remind all members and witnesses that all comments, questions, and remarks will need to be directed to myself as chair, and both members and witnesses will need to wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking. I will now ask members to introduce themselves for the record, starting with MLA Johnson.
Rylan Johnson, I'm the MLA for Yellowknife North.
Katrina Knockleby, MLA for Great Slave.
Rocky Simpson, Hay River South.
Lisa Semler, MLA Nuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you very much, MLA Semler. And with that, MLA Semler, would you be prepared to offer a prayer for us to start this morning? Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we ask you for your blessing and help us as we gather together. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand and ask that you would clearly show us how to conduct our work with a spirit of respect, joy, and enthusiasm. Give us a desire to find ways to excel in our work. Amen.
Thank you very much, MLA Semler. And MLA Semler, I would just like to turn it over to the MLA who has joined us on phone lines. MLA Bonnet Rouge, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning, committee and guests. My name is Ron Bonnet Rouge, the MLA for the Decho riding. Merci.
Thank you very much, MLA Bonnet Rouge, and I'd like to turn it to the back of the room. MLA O'Reilly, would you care to introduce yourself this morning?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Kevin O'Reilly, Frame Lake.
Thank you very much, MLA O'Reilly. So a very warm welcome to both yourself, Ms. Flack and Ms. Scott. I'm really excited to have you here today, and I know committee really looks forward to hearing about the work that you're doing. And so at this point, I'd love to turn the presentation over to yourselves, and we look forward to both getting to know yourselves and getting to know the important work that you're doing here in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caitlin, and thank you to the rest of the committee for having us here today. We're also super excited to share our work with you. It's a passion project for both Dega and I, and we really hope that it can bring a lot of healing to the community. So yeah, I'll just get started. We're going to present today on accessible and culturally appropriate birth work and how that can have a positive effect on children and families. And we can move on to the next slide, please. So we wanted to share a bit about who we are before we get started with explaining what the Northern Birthwork Collective is about and about culturally appropriate birth work. So I'm Sabrina Flack. I'm the project director of the Northern Birthwork Collective. I'm also a co-founder along with Dega. In addition to my work with the collective, I'm a certified full spectrum doula. What that means is that I support conception all the way to postpartum, including all pregnancy outcomes, miscarriage, loss, abortion. I also consider myself an advocate for pregnant, birthing, and postpartum people. I take this role very seriously and to heart. I think it's very important to advocate for people around this stage of their life where they can be extremely vulnerable, open, and are just going through gigantic transitions. I find it important to state that I am a mixed race Black woman, and I also bring that with me to all aspects of my life, but especially this work, because I'm super passionate and about supporting and advocating for just and equitable care for BIPOC folks, as well as members of the Two-Spirit LGBTQ plus community. I also identify as queer, and making sure that the world of birth is inclusive to people who identify as queer, Two-Spirit, trans, non-binary is deeply important to me. I'll pass it on to Dega to introduce herself next.
Thank you very much. Ms. Scott? Dega, I'm not sure if you're muted or if you're able to hear me okay. I'm wondering if your camera and audio are working okay. I wonder if we've unfortunately lost Dega there.
I'll just shoot her a quick message to see. Give me 1 second.
Thank you so much.
No problem. If she's not back in a couple minutes, I will introduce her.
Oh, thank you. Well, luckily she comes from a very well-known Northern family, and I've had the privilege of getting to know Dega over the years, and we're really looking forward to hearing from both of you today. So it'd be wonderful if we're able to get Dega back on the line.
She says her computer froze and she can't hear anything.
Okay.
So I don't know if we want to give her a couple of minutes or if we should carry on. I think our presentation really runs only about 20-25 minutes, so there should be time.
Okay. What I would say is if she can log out and log back in, that would be really wonderful. And we'll go from there.
Okay.
And maybe what we could, in the presentation, Sabrina, do you kind of take the lead off the bat, and then maybe we can introduce Dega when she's back on?
Yeah, so we can jump to the next slide, and I can keep going with that. And whenever Dega is back, we can just get her to introduce herself. So yeah, we just wanted to introduce the collective a bit. We worked really hard on the language around our vision, mission, and values. So I wanted to share a little bit about that. So our collective vision is for all families, pregnant and birthing people from underserved communities to have access to holistic and dignified support that is respectful and free of oppression and racism. So this is our grandiose vision for what we want the world to look like, and why we're doing the work that we're doing. Our mission is to provide cost-supported programming and services for all stages of the reproductive journey, including conception, pregnancy, birth, postpartum, miscarriage, loss, abortion, and parenting. We intend to provide continuous education to members of our community and grow a territory-wide network of birth workers who are able to provide collective care that is grounded in our values. We acknowledge that colonization has had a great impact on our bodies and traditions, and believe that revitalizing traditional knowledge is a crucial step in our collective healing. So in this mission statement, the first paragraph really represents our first programming priority, where we want to create access to doulas for folks who maybe aren't normally able to afford them, as well as access to childbirth education classes, resources, sharing circles that operate from a culturally appropriate lens. And the second one has explains what we want to do with the Indigenous doula training that Dega is she's creating. And we joined forces in this work when she was already in the process of creating this for her capstone project at UConn University. So this is a super important part of the project, because without more trained birth workers, and specifically Indigenous birth workers, we cannot meet the needs of our cost-supported programming. So yeah, that is our vision and mission. And you can jump on to the next slide, and I'll just finish up with values. And then maybe, or Dega, do you want to introduce yourself actually before we go to values? And we can jump back to the last slide where there are, yeah, exactly. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Welcome back, Dega, and we really look forward to hearing from you.
No problem. So my name is Dega Scott. I am the Research and Development Lead for the Northern Birthwork Collective. I'm also a mother. I'm Clínto Dene and originally from Yellowknife, but currently living in Edmonton. I am in my last year of my Indigenous governance degree at the UConn University. And as Sabrina was talking about earlier, I am passionate about revitalizing Indigenous birth practices in the North. I think it's very vital for our communities to have Indigenous birth workers throughout our communities, as I believe from the start, it's how we can help heal our communities if we have a strong family unit from the very beginning. So thank you. Sorry about the technical mishap.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. No, we really appreciate you jumping back on, and it doesn't matter how much we prepare, technology has a mind of its own. So thank you very much, and I'll pass it back to yourself, Ms. Flack.
Very true, very true. Technology has been hard this past year. Okay, so our values, we won't read off our value statements for you, but we will just list what they are. They are advocacy, anti-racism, inclusivity, cultural safety, being client and family-centered, holistic, and respect. So these are how we want to do what we are planning to do, and we're always going to come back to these values to make sure our work aligns with what is presented in front of you here. And I can also say we're sharing our email at the end of the presentation, and if you would like to have a copy of our mission, vision, value statement for further review after this, we're happy to share that with you. Yeah, so you can go on to the next slide. And this one is for Dega.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flack. I'll pass it back to you, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. What is a doula? A doula or birth worker is a trained professional who supports individuals and families throughout their pregnancy, labor, and birth, as well as providing additional support during the postpartum period and through abortion, miscarriage, and loss. Doulas are trained to provide emotional, informational, and physical non-medical support, as well as to advocate for their clients. Their priority is to support the birthing person, but they also support the partners, the other children, other members of the family going through a transition. Doulas are very important when it comes to birth work. We are in the middle between a lot of people and we help, but our main focus is the birthing person. They are going through a huge transition and they need support, and that way we can help support them through whatever needs to be happen. Also, doulas are advocates. We advocate for our clients. We make sure their needs are being met when sometimes things get fallen through the cracks, and we're the ones that are going to be standing by them and making sure that they are taken care of and then their families are taken care of, because that's the most important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. Ms. Flack?
Yeah, so we can go on to the next slide. Thank you. So in order to really share why we're doing the work that we're doing, we need to address the racist history of obstetrics and gynecology. Not the most fun slide, but an important slide to share with you all. Before there was modern gynecology, there's a long history of granny midwives, grand midwives, Black midwives, Indigenous midwives that have been delivering babies for forever. And this name here that you see, John Marion Sims, is considered the father of American gynecology. What a lot of people don't know about the procedures that are currently practiced in obstetrics and gynecology is that a lot of them were first experimented on enslaved Black women in the South. And as much as our Canadian healthcare system is very different from the American healthcare system, as well as our government and schools, all of them do stem from this same systemic racism. So it's really important to acknowledge that there is justification to the fear that Black and Indigenous birthers have when they're entering these medical spaces. And it's not a secret. There are lots of studies that have been done. And if we look at the study that BC recently did on racism in the healthcare system, Black and Indigenous birthers have worse outcomes and experience more harm than white birthers. And so it's really important to know that this is not just historical. This is actively happening today. I've experienced racism in the healthcare system here. I know Dega has as well. And I've heard too many stories of racism and harm that has been done to Black and Indigenous and other racialized folks, as well as to folks in the queer community when it comes to and that is more discrimination towards them in the queer community than racism. But I digress. It's not just historical. It's currently happening today. And it's something that as birth workers and as a collective, we are hoping to address through the work that we're doing. And you can go ahead to the next slide for Dega, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flack. Ms. Scott? Oh, Ms. Scott, I think that you might still be muted.
I am sorry. I kept going by. So the importance of trust and continuity care. The effects of fear and judgment on labor are detrimental to the health of parents and babies. Many Indigenous and Black folks have distrust in the system with good reason. Not being able to express difficult feelings due to worry around being seen as hysterical and having your child taken away is one of the many ways this fear and distrust manifests. Having a trusted companion through this process can help create feelings of safety and trust for the birth giver. As I was explaining earlier, doulas are also advocates, and this is where we come in and we advocate for our clients. So I live in Alberta, but also a lot of the work and research I have done has been a lot around birth alerts. And there's many reasons why Indigenous families have a lot of distrust to the medical system when they are having a child, because they worry about the fear of their child taken away when they're put on a birth alert, and they shouldn't be, when there should be other systems put in place and support happening for these families to help them care for their baby. And a baby should never be taken away from their mother within hours of birth. That baby needs that mother, and that baby needs their parents and the guidance. I also have seen many reasons throughout our system in the Northwest Territories of distrust and not having the continuity of care. I have people personally that live in smaller communities and have experienced this firsthand, and they have gone through loss, miscarriages, and they didn't have the support. And because there was no continuity of care between the smaller communities, Yellowknife or Inuvik, there was lost information within those systems, and this person went through a major loss and then went on to have postpartum depression because she didn't know what was happening and she lost a twin, and she gave birth to a twin and also went through another miscarriage, and it was very detrimental to her health. This is why developing our program and having the Northern Birthwork Collective and filling that gap between centers and communities, we can help create that continuity of care and build that trust within a system where most people don't feel they are trusted or even heard. So thank you. You can pass this on to Sabrina.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scott. Ms. Flack?
Yeah, you can go on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So yeah, after hearing all that, we want to share how birth work can help positively affect children and families. Like Dega said, doulas provide continuous care through pregnancy and all pregnancy outcomes. We are also, not all doulas, but the ones that we are planning to share through the collective will be trained to practice harm reduction. So that means meeting people where they're at, not judging, placing judgment on or shame on someone who has addiction, always being person first and noticing that, and acknowledging that they are human. And just because they have an addiction does not mean that they deserve to be treated as anything less than human. Doulas also have trauma-informed practices. So, the acknowledgement we made that colonization and the continued effects of colonization have huge impacts on our community, including intergenerational trauma, current trauma, and continued trauma that's going to happen. Having someone who understands trauma and understands how to interact with someone who has been through trauma and is that continuous present with them throughout this transformative moment in their life, like pregnancy, is super, super important. Also, as we have mentioned, doulas are advocates. They know their clients' histories, wishes, and meet them where they're at. And I think this is huge because as doulas, we spend multiple visits with our clients before their labor and birth. We understand what they want from their experience. If they're going in for an abortion, we understand what they want for their experience. And we're able to ask them, in what areas do you want me to advocate for you? And we are also able to facilitate conversations between them and their medical providers, reminding them to ask, what are the benefits, risks, alternatives of this intervention? And so with that support to ask those questions, they're able to get more informed consent. Informed consent is incredibly important when you're doing anything with the body. And too often there's this fast-paced way of being in hospitals and in medical centers, and clients are not getting all the information that they need. Patients are not getting all the information they need to make actual informed consent decisions. So doulas and birth workers are a great person to accompany patients, pregnant people, to their appointments, and to, of course, to their labor and birth is a huge part of what we do. And another important point is that doulas continue to support people postpartum. So often there's a lot of focus in our society on the pregnancy and making sure that the person who's pregnant is healthy so that the baby who comes out of the pregnant body is healthy. And then once that happens, parents are left to bring their babies home and do not get a ton of support. And that's when a lot of stress can happen. That's when someone goes from a pregnant person to a parent. And if there are any parents in the room, you know that it's a lifelong journey that is beautiful, but also can be extremely stressful. And when you're dealing with someone who has trauma, who has addictions, often that stress can be a trigger to go to relapse or to go through some pretty serious mental health stuff. So when you have a postpartum doula with you, who's on regular shifts with you, who helps you with the baby, helps you with feeding support in whatever way you choose to feed your baby, helps you kind of take care of your house, can help support the older children if there are any. It's huge. It's very impactful. And it's something that families, I think families really need. And also doulas can really keep an eye on the mental health of their clients that they're working with and notice the signs of postpartum depression, postpartum anxiety. Of course, never diagnosing, but letting them know, please go talk to your healthcare provider about this. So yeah, that's a little bit about how birth work can help children and families. And we can go to the next slide and I'll pass that on to Dega.
Thank you, Ms. Black. Ms. Scott? I believe that you're muted.
Sorry.
All good.
So, Indigenous doulas and revitalizing traditional knowledge. There are very few Indigenous doulas in the NWT. The Northern Birthwork Collective is in the process of developing an Indigenous doula training specific to the NWT, and it's important to see yourself reflected in your care providers. The reproductive and family building journey is a time to gain a great sense of belonging and healing. Doulas trained with traditional knowledge and families supported by them connect more to their cultural practices. So this this has been in the works for a couple of years, and it really took off in the last year since Sabrina has come into my life, which has been amazing. And as she was talking about earlier, I did start this as a capstone project with my degree. And within developing, my main thought and my main idea within developing an Indigenous doula training program for the North was I've seen a lot of training for Southern Canada and nothing tailored to the Northwest Territories. And as a Clean Dene person myself, I believe it's very important to bring our culture and our traditions into this training, as it will reconnect our families from the very beginning, and babies and children at a very young age to their culture and their traditions, and provide that support within a family and within a community. And once you have all of those connections together, you have a huge support of a community. And if we do this across the NWT, that means all of our families could be supported in a very well-mannered way, and very grounded in our traditional values and cultural practices. And I honestly believe that once we do that, a lot of our families will be able to start to heal. And because we're starting from the very beginning, and our next generation and the generations after that will continue on and be strong and grounded in who they are and know what their culture and traditions are. And this is why I think this is very important for the Northwest Territories, because we do have a lot of healing to do. Thanks. You can pass it on to Sabrina.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. Ms. Flack? Ms. Flack, I believe you're muted.
Oh, I was just saying to thank you to Dega, and I always get a little bit teary when she talks about her training and what she wants to do for her community. So I'm going to try to not cry and keep going to the, valuing care work and emotional labor. Doulas are not something that's covered by health insurance. Some health insurances, private insurance do cover them, but it's pretty rare. And we believe that access to services that promote healing is crucial. Like it's so important to have these services that are centered around emotional and spiritual health. Care work, or work that is traditionally seen as feminine, has gone undervalued for too long. So even care work that you see that is being paid for, so like daycares, I personally believe that those workers are not being paid enough. Care work is so important, and making sure that you have that the people who are attending to the needs, this emotional and spiritual needs of children and families, they need to be paid well to do that, because it's a lot on that person's spirit and on that person's emotional health and mental health. So this is a huge reason why the NBC, the Northern Birthwork Collective, exists. It's to bridge this gap. We want to provide families with access to those types of services around family building and reproductive wellness, as well as make sure that doulas are fairly compensated. There's a lot of history in the world of doula work, of people doing a lot of pro bono work, a lot of sliding scale work. I personally make my services accessible by a sliding scale, but my dream is that doulas wouldn't have to do that, and that birth workers wouldn't have to do that, that they would just be able to provide this service and be well compensated for it as well. And we want to value doulas and their emotional care work by creating this network of birth workers where we can meet regularly, mentor each other, support each other, emotionally hold each other through the challenging work that we are doing. So you can go to the next slide. That does conclude our presentation, and we are very happy to take any questions, and we thank you all so much for listening to everything we just said.
Thank you very much, both to yourself, Ms. Flack, and to Ms. Scott. We really appreciate you being here today, and we value the time that you have given to committee today in this space you've created for us. I'd like to turn it over to committee right away for any questions that any committee members may have for either Ms. Flack or Ms. Scott at this time. Emily Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the presenters today. an area I still have lots to learn about. Can you just give me an understanding of how doulas are operating in some other provinces, or where this committee should be looking for some successful models to find? And I guess I'm not so much thinking in regards to, you know, adapting the doula practice, but more like, are there doulas who are covered any provincial healthcare insurance systems, or are there doulas who are hired in any provincial healthcare systems elsewhere? I know we just recently hired a number of midwives, and there's a goal to expand midwife care, and they actually become GNWT employees. But yeah, if you could just speak to, you know, we ultimately have to take your presentation and your recommendations and bring them to the GNWT. So anything in that line. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, MLA Johnson. Ms. Flack or Ms. Scott, would either of you like to take first go at that?
I'll take a first go at that, and then I can jump in and let Dega go. We actually did, over the last few months, a bunch of outreach with other doula collectives across Canada. So there's a lot to say in this area. So doulas are not a regulated profession. That's probably the number one most important thing. So, but there are examples of how doulas are working within certain systems. So I know, I used to live in Toronto before moving up here, and I know that there are certain hospitals who actually have doulas on staff, and same goes for certain abortion clinics. So there's a doula on staff, and they have shifts and they rotate. I think the issue with that model is that the person who goes in to give birth, or the person who like maybe goes in for an abortion, I think more along the birth thing, is that they're just meeting the doula right then and there. And that can have a lot of value because it's great to have support. But I think what's really important about the type of doula work we want to do is that you are meeting the person early or in your pregnancy, and they're seeing you through. There is a charitable project in Toronto called Birthmark, and they, I think, are the largest sort of doula charity that I have heard of in Canada. And they hire doulas on. They have a big team of doulas, and they get people from underserved communities, vulnerable populations, to get a referral from their doctor, their healthcare provider, their psychotherapist, something like that, and they send them to Birthmark, and then Birthmark teams those families up with doulas, and they do get that continuity of care across the board. Other than that, there are mostly just doula collectives, kind of like ours. Not a lot of them are charitable projects like ours is, but they do a lot of like community fundraising, and again, like I said, a lot of volunteer work is involved in this as well. And for the most part, though, doulas have their own private business that they work with people through. But we're trying to, create more access and not completely move away from that. We want to have doulas like as contractors through the collective, so they can still have their own business, but we're able to support them in accessing families who wouldn't be able to afford it regularly. I hope that answers your question. I can also pass it on to Dega to share anything else that she might want to add.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flack. Ms. Scott, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I think Sabrina covered it fairly well. I just know here in Alberta, there is the IBA, which is the Indigenous Birth of Alberta, and it is also basically another collective, and a lot of them do work in and out of the hospitals, but they're not contracted by the hospitals. But they do work as a team. And a lot of the collectives do work as a team, and so they do have that continuity of care between their clients. And if somebody isn't available, then they do have somebody else that they can work with and pass on their care. But Sabrina covered it fairly well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. Emily Johnson.
I guess I'll just make some comment. This committee is doing a child and family services review, and we've actually, I think, in a couple times ventured into this area of birthing. A lot of apprehensions are infants. They require the most care. Infants are also the hardest to place in the foster care system, and also that early, apprehension of an infant causes the most trauma, and the system deals with it for decades after that. So I think committee has put some time and thought, and will continue to, into how, birth work can, it's the ultimate preventative measure, before the child is even born. We're putting effort into that. I guess I would perhaps encourage you to make some submissions in writing to the committee. We, at the end of the day, make a report and recommendations to the GNWT. And I'm just thinking of, there's probably some implementation things we have to do on our current birthing teams. The forms probably have to say, is there a doula involved? We have to probably convince some people in our healthcare system to work with doulas better. I know that midwives have experienced that. And then I think there's probably a funding aspect to this. If you guys are a charitable organization, I think, you probably need some core funding from the GNWT to make sure that you can offer, services to the communities where there's likely not that income. So I guess just more of a comment that I would like to hear further from you guys, and hopefully we can build this into our Child and Family Services review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MLA Johnson, Ms. Flacker, or Ms. Scott, do you care to respond?
Yeah, just thank you very much, MLA Johnson. I think you hit on some very important points there. The funding piece is huge. And I think you heard us very well when you were just like, yes, this is preventative care. This is meeting people before the infant is even born to start to help with that process of healing so that they don't have to go through that huge amount of trauma if their infant is apprehended. So yeah, thank you so much for your comments. I really appreciate them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flack. Emily Knockleby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is definitely an area I too need to become a lot more informed of. I'm not a parent. I'm not a birthing person. So I appreciate you coming in and having provided this presentation. A lot of what you said is interesting to me because it strikes parallels though in my life, because as a woman in engineering, my feminine values or skill sets that I brought to the table were never valued. So I do see a parallel there as well too. A lot of what we've been talking about around the trauma and the way the healthcare and poverty, et cetera, is impacting families when the children are young. So, as we talk about education, it really, by the time they're entering the school age, we've failed in so many ways before that. So if we're going to be looking at all of that, it makes sense that we're now going to look at the piece even before the children are born. And so I feel like this fits really in line with a lot of the conversations that we're not only having in Social Development Committee, but also along the feelings of this assembly in general about changing things to more holistic, breaking down silos and such. Another thing that I always was struck by, having done work in communities, was watching when the families and the babies came home. And how the entire, community would come out to the airport, and I'd be waiting for my flight out, and they would all welcome this mother and this child. And at that point, it wasn't even the fathers being allowed to come. And I just was like overwhelmed by the love that the communities had for these babies. And then it did strike me as how disruptive this is, that people can't be there and see them at the hospital, and there's this big disjointed portion of time. So I guess where I'm going, I don't really know what to ask, and I do hope we continue to have an ongoing conversation and relationship with you. But I guess my point being is, do you envision that eventually this doula program will, because you guys answered a lot of my other questions with MLA Johnson, that we would then be able to get to the point where we could give birth in the communities? I feel like this is just such a huge area of trauma. I can't even imagine. And then I do need to learn more about the birth alerts thing, because that was giving me goosebumps when you were talking about that. But maybe I'll just start there. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily Knockleby. Ms. Flacker, Ms. Scott?
Yeah, I just want to say, I want to let Dega answer this mostly, because it's such a huge part of her work. But I do want to say one thing, is that to have birth in communities, we do need to have more midwives. And I know that there's been a more hiring process of midwives. I think it's super important from the midwives I have spoken to here that those midwives are Indigenous, are Northern, and are committed to staying here. And something that happens a lot within the doula community is that people get interested in birth work, and being a doula is a pretty accessible way to get into that. And then they go on to become midwives because they get so obsessed with this work. And they already have this background education in being a doula, and then and I hope that one day there will be education options within the territory for people to become midwives. But being a doula is really sometimes a first step for people to becoming midwives. So I think this is a very important beginning to bringing birth back to the community. And I want Dega to speak more on the importance of bringing birth to the community, because, yeah, it's such a huge part of her work.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flack. Ms. Scott?
Thank you. So let me just bring it back to 1892. the federal government implemented the evacuation policy, which was put as a way to help Indigenous people through Canada and provide them with health care when it came to birth. But if you look at the history, it is actually to assimilate and Indigenous people into Western culture and colonization. So the evacuation policy was implemented. So mothers and birthing people that lived on reserves or in remote communities are required to leave. And so that has been instilled in our government system for centuries, and which is scary. That's where the disconnect started. And so, yeah, ultimate goal back to our communities, bring traditional birthing practices back to our communities. Also with the combination of Western medicine, because it's very important to keep both things alive, and it's very important to work together. Like I said, I am a Clean Dene person, and my great aunt is Elizabeth Mackenzie, and her strongest saying is, we're strong like two people, meaning we're strong with our traditional knowledge and our culture and our tradition, but we're also very strong when we come to Western knowledge and Western academia and Western medical science. And if we can combine them both and make a parallel that works across the NWT and works in all our communities, so mothers don't have to leave to have their children, and fathers are there to support them, their families are there to support them. That is my ultimate goal. And that's what I would love to see. I have siblings and I have cousins and family members and friends across the North that have to leave to have their child. And it's hard, especially when you have younger children at home, when you have families, and you have to leave your young ones. Some of them are even as young as 2 years old, 1 year old, and they have to leave to have their child. And that's hard on everybody. And if it's a single mom, they don't always have the support. And so what are they supposed to do with their younger children? And then they have to be either brought into Yellowknife or Inuvik and staying there in either the boarding homes or a hotel, or if they're lucky enough, they do have family members in the bigger centers and they can stay with them. This is definitely my ultimate goal, is to bring birthing back into our communities and acknowledging that our traditional knowledge will be there to help them and will be there to provide this care for our families.
Thank you very much. Ms. Scott, MLA Knockleby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. I 100% want to help you bring birthing back into the communities, and I know probably everybody else sitting around this table feels the same way. I do really appreciate that, and I think you're right, and I think that your comments about the, making our own way forward with the marriage of, the traditional and Indigenous way with the medicine to back up in this, the circumstances when we need it, the Western medicine, I should say, because I know there's traditional medicines as well. So I think that's something we could take away to every single one of the, all the work that we're doing. I guess then, so with the money that we did get for the midwifery program, that has no effect on what your programming is. Do you have that connection in your Northern Birthing Network with the midwives as well? Or, sorry, is it just only doulas? Thank you.
Thank you very much, MLA Knockleby. Ms. Flack or Ms. Scott?
So our fund, we don't have any connection with their funding that is strictly for midwifery. We have been in communication with the midwives on our steering committee. We did have a midwife from Fort Smith on it for a little bit. She had to remove herself for personal reasons, but I am in pretty close communication with Heather Heinrichs, who is the president of the Midwives Association, and we have, at our strategic planning meeting, we did invite Leslie Paulette to come and speak to us about what is happening with midwifery. So we are building those connections, and we do have we do have every intention of working together on meeting the goals of both midwives and doulas. But because we are such a new project, we haven't really like joined forces in the way of like the midwifery money is also being spent on doulas. And also, I think, you know, midwives do, the midwifery program does need, I think, all that money to really expand. So yeah, we are separate, but we are working together and we are in communication with them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flack. Members who would like to be next for the questions? MLA O'Reilly.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for the presentation. I have to confess, I really don't know or understand the difference between midwifery and doulas. So here's your chance to educate me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, MLA O'Reilly. Ms. Flack?
This is so common, so common. So don't worry. A lot of people don't really get it. So to put it really simply, midwives are primary care providers. So they're kind of like the doctor nurse role, right? So they do all of them like medical checkups with the birthing person and the baby. They are the baby. They catch the baby when the baby is born. They help deliver the baby at the birth. That's their role. It's a more medical role, I should say. Whereas doulas are support persons. So we are there to help our clients work through any fears, worries, concerns about their upcoming labor and birth, process any of those fears. We also do a lot of like hands-on comfort measures. So as we all know, like labor is tough and can get pretty painful. So doulas do a lot of hands-on like massage, comfort techniques. We are super knowledgeable about different positions to I don't want to say speed up the labor, but, you know, progress labor. So comfort measures are a huge part of what we do. And it's a huge role is like emotional support, just like whatever that client needs emotionally, doulas show up in that way. So I'd love for Dega to expand on that as well, if she has anything else to say.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flack. Ms. Scott?
Yeah, so as Frida was talking about, midwives are definitely more, let's say, the medical aspect of care. And doulas definitely provide the emotional support. Birth workers provide that support and support outside of the, say, medical appointments or checkups. And as a doula / birth worker, we're not medical, we don't have a medical scope. So there's the huge difference, I guess you could say. And so we can't diagnose anybody. We can't provide, we can, like Sabrina was talking about earlier, we can provide them with information and then say, I suggest you go talk to your care provider. But we're the first line of, I want to say contact, I guess you could say, and we're there afterwards or we're there beforehand, and we can see what our client or birth giver needs, and we can provide that support throughout. I hope that answers your question, Emily O'Reilly. Do you have any more questions?
I'll just add one more thing to that too, is that, so yeah, like midwives, like you said, they're taking care of the more health aspect. They're making sure the birthing person is healthy. They're also making sure that the baby is healthy. And that's a huge job, is making sure that baby is healthy too. And what makes a doula special is that they are like continuous care just for the pregnant, birthing, or postpartum person. So as a doula, when a client calls me to come meet them, I often meet them at home in early labor before they even go to the hospital. And I'm with them then, other than to go to the bathroom or have a snack. I don't leave their side. I go with them to the hospital. I'm just paying attention to them and their partner, because I know that they work as a unit, and I don't have to fill charts. I don't have to like step away for anything like that. And I'm just offering that continuous presence the whole time. So yeah, I hope that does answer your question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flack and Ms. Scott. Emily O'Reilly?
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. I sort of wish that we had doulas when we had our two kids, but no, it's good to hear that. And I certainly do support trying to bring birthing back to our communities. I think it's something that, well, I've been a big advocate for midwifery here for the last 5 years, so I'll be pushing for doulas now as well, so you got me on side. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, MLA O'Reilly. MLA Semler.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. You know, I hear what you're saying. You know, in my past nursing career, I was an obstetrics nurse, I was a public health nurse, I was a lactation consultant, I was a maternal child nurse, I worked in Inuvik, I also worked in Yellowknife for a year, so I understand the importance of post and prenatal care for families, especially when we're talking in the concept of child and family services. You know, in my career, I know that there were times that the child remained at home with the family because I was able to visit more often. And, you know, and that's the thing. The one thing within our health authority too is that it all depends on the support of a manager, the support of the organization that you work for, because we used to have many different territorial health authorities, and within when I worked, that there was a focus on ensuring this, but it's not across the board. And definitely I seen that when I worked in Yellowknife that there were a lot more babies that I had to follow, so it was like you get your first baby visit, make sure everything's going okay, maybe a second one, and then that's it. You know, so I think when we look at the shortage, and this is where I'm looking at the realistic of where we are today, is we have a shortage of nursing. We have a shortage of trained nursing that are living here, that are permanent residents here. So when we talk about building that relationship, if we're talking in the concept of child and family services and keeping that bond and working with that family and supporting them prenatally and supporting them postnatally, you need to have that ongoing connection with somebody. And I think when you look at a public health nurse versus a doula versus, you know, maternal, they all have a different role. And sometimes in the north, we end up blurring those lines, and we end up taking on, as a public health nurse, there's so much other things, you know, that I could leave that in the hands of a doula because that's their specialty. And if we took more that, you know, took that into perspective, then we could create doulas within, you know, communities. And but as long as we're not paying them, people will not access them. And that's what I found in Inuvik was we did have doulas that were trained there, but nobody was utilizing their service because it was a fee for their service, because they also have to work, and then, you know, and they have to provide, you know. So that there's that disconnect. And I think, you know, if we're focusing on the midwifery and we're going back to traditional practices and we're going back to it's define, like if we're defining these roles, then I think we should be including the doulas into this. And I just, you know, I think I'm more of a, I got your back, because I understand the importance of that follow through right through, and that could help prevent kids, like we said, going into care. So this could be an option that we're supporting families, especially high-risk families. It's like, okay, you're already on the radar and you're pregnant and you're, again, you know, like you're having your baby and you're already on the radar of child and family services. Well, we're going to make sure you have a healthy pregnancy. We're going to make sure that the baby's healthy throughout and postpartum, and, you know, so I think this is a preventative way, and this is a preventative measure that we keep focusing on, as we need to focus on prevention more than apprehension. So I just want to thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much, MLA Semler. Ms. Flacker, Ms. Scott?
Just a big thank you for your comments from me. It's really affirming to be in this space and hear that our message is coming across in a way that, it's really affirming that it's resonating with everyone on the committee. So thank you so much for that. Dega, if you have any words.
Thank you, Ms. Flack. Ms. Scott?
I just also want to say thank you, and it's very rewarding to hear that you guys are hearing what we have to say and understand the importance of preventing and providing this support. And honestly, kind of in a surreal moment right now, because this was just a dream for me a couple of years ago, and now here we are, and it's very, very rewarding to hear that it's one step forward, and I really look forward to what is to come. So, merci.
Emily Sumner?
And so, yeah, no, and I know, like, the one thing that just over the years and more so, yes, we're here reviewing on the Child and Family Services and, you know, some of the things that we could recommend at the end of this review, but it's also for you is there are, you know, I know that some of the Indigenous organizations are getting money as well. So, and I'm not sure if that's how you're securing any funding, but, you know, in my past also, I also worked for an Indigenous organization, but partnered with the GNWT in order, because the funding went to the Indigenous organization, but we were able to work in partnership with other projects like the TB elimination and things like that, so that they would be the ones hiring the staff. So it's creating these bridges, and that's what we keep saying is we need to be working together with our Indigenous organizations as well, because we do know that we can almost say that 100% of the kids in care are Indigenous, and there are kids from this territory. So I think, you know, these are the ways that I think we can try and hopefully formulate this to continue the movement, especially within the midwifery and within that maternal child aspect, because I think that whole prenatal, parenting courses, all that needs to be traditional, needs to be relevant for the people. And if our kids are the ones that we're talking about in care, then it needs to be focused on them and not a Southern model. So again, more of a comment, but it's nice to see that this is kind of starting to formulate.
Thank you very much, Emily Martselos. Ms. Flack?
Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. A huge part of our what we're hoping to have happen over the next few months is for Dega and perhaps myself, we want to create partnerships with Indigenous organizations and Indigenous governments, because we want to have consultations within the communities to really just ask them, what is it that your community needs when it comes to birth work and birth support? And the forming of a Knowledge Keepers Advisory Committee who will work with DEGA to formulate this training. So it's not just coming from one person with one identity, but multiple communities and addressing multiple needs and what needs to be presented so that the Indigenous doula training is truly culturally appropriate and culturally safe for all the communities that we want to present it to. And it's something that we want to bring out into the communities as well. So there's not just a bunch of doulas who are trained in the city centers in Yellowknife and in Nuvik, but they're also in the communities. So yes, even if someone does need to be evacuated to the Yellowknife Hospital or the Nuvik Hospital to give birth, when they go back to the community, there's a well-trained doula who's armed with a lot of traditional knowledge who can support them when they return back to the community, as well as prenatally. So there's, even if it's not the same doula supporting them at their birth and pre and post, there's this continuity of care through people who are have the similar values and similar knowledge around this. So yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for your comments, and that partnering with Indigenous governments and organizations is something that we have pretty much, that's our next step, I think. And Dega, I would love for you to say anything else on that.
Thank you, Ms. Flack. Ms. Scott?
Yeah, like Sabrina was talking about, it's definitely one of our next steps, and has definitely been a core at my heart, I think, because I definitely want to do this to honor our people and honor our tradition and culture. And I think with doing that, we need to include all of our Indigenous governments and our communities and the people from the communities, because I can't just say what people need. And so it needs to come from our communities and it needs to come from our elders. So it is very important that in the next couple of months, we will be building our Elder Advisory Committee and taking the next steps forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. MLA Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the work that and advocacy that you guys are doing, and looking at promoting, I guess, developing a program for the NWT. You know, I'm very supportive of this, and like Mr. O'Reilly, I had to Google doula this morning to see what it meant, so I've actually learned something. But I guess in the back of my mind, I knew what it was. You know, being from the territories. But the nice thing about it, and listening in the passion that you have, you know, we went through lots of presentations, and what I look for in a presentation is passion. And at the end of the day, you both of you have that, and I believe that, you know, service we're all here to provide a service, and sometimes we tend to forget it. Bureaucracy tends to forget that, and I think it's very important that you know, that we move forward with that in mind. And you know, and I guess when I look at the North and with Indigenous peoples and that, like, we got a lot of small communities here, and they are forgotten. They don't have the services, and everything starts at home. We say we want to make things better. You know, it starts with the house. It starts with, you know, with education. It starts with, you know, kids being born, I guess. But it has to start somewhere, and the support has to start there. That's the important thing. And that's what I see, you know, you guys moving towards. And, you know, you got the support of everybody else here, and you got my support as well. And I'll make sure that, you know, whatever I can do to, you know, to help you move whatever you need forward, you know, I'll do that. One of the things that was mentioned was, you know, what's being done across Canada, and, you know, that's one of the things I'd like to see, as well as a jurisdictional scan of what's happening. Not saying that what's done in the South is right for the North. The North is, you know, we're again predominantly Indigenous, and our small communities are. So maybe it'll be something different. You know, me as an Indigenous person, you know, one thing that I like is I like interaction. I like to, you know, I like to be in front of people. I like to talk to people. I'm not one to kind of be on the phone all the time, even though I do at some meetings. But you know, and the other thing is that we have to do the right thing. And to do the right thing, you have to have that passion. And I'm hoping that, you know, the Department of Health will look at this, and education as well. And I'll work on the minister on that one. And, you know, so, yeah, I'm not sure what else to say, except that, you know, it's an area that I'm probably going to go back and research myself as well. And if you can provide me with additional information, that would be great as well. So I thank you for, you know, the presentation and all you're doing, and I look forward to, you know, something good coming of this, because I think it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MLA Simpson. Ms. Scott or Ms. Flack?
Thank you so much for those comments. They really hit home for me. And I really felt them in my body, and especially what you said about taking care of home first. And I am a true believer that, you know, our first home is in that womb space, is in that water womb space. And if we can take care of people when they're growing us in that first home, then we can make a lot of difference and a lot of change. I also just wanted to share something that I just remembered. I didn't mention it before about other examples across Canada who are doing things like this, but this one is specifically through government in BC. They have a program for specifically for Indigenous families, where they get a $1,000 stipend to put towards getting a doula to attend their birth. So there are examples of this being done through government, and I think it's through the Friendship Centers in BC as well, where they are providing families with a stipend to cover the cost of doula services. So yeah, I will make sure to put together some resources of different spots across the country that are doing this in whatever way they saw best to do this. Thank you so much. Dega, anything?
Thank you, Ms. Flack. Ms. Scott?
Definitely thank you for your comments. Like Sabrina was talking about, it definitely hit home for me as well. And I do really honestly believe that we have to do this right, and we have to do it from our heart. I recently, in the last couple of weeks, just with my education and with what I do, had a good discussion about treaties. And when you look at this saying, as long as the river flows, the sun rises, and our land shall last. If you look at that and you look at the meaning behind as long as the river flows, it doesn't necessarily mean the river is like the Detra River. It means the river when a mother gives birth or a birthing person gives birth and it's her water breaking. So as long as our birthing parents are having babies to the next generation, our continued relationships and our continued treaties will grow, and our traditions and culture will stay strong. So I think it's very important to build these relationships, and it's very important to keep this connection going. And like you said, it starts at the home, and it starts with our parents and our children and our babies. And as long as we're building that support and building that guidance, our families will be stronger. So, must see.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. Emily Simpson?
I don't think I have any questions. One thing I guess I'd like to say is that, it seems that with government is that I'm finding is that we seem to devalue the work that Indigenous peoples do. We devalue the work that people who care for people in the homes. We devalue all that, and we have to change that line of thinking, because it's that devaluing which is, I think, is causing a lot of the problems that we run into. And that's why I say we have to start at the home, and we have to start to we have to start to look at where we have to put our resources. And and when it comes to what you're trying to do, what NGOs try and do, we never support them like they should be supported for the type of work they do. And so that's kind of I try and bring up when I can, is that just the value of what people are doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Emily Simpson. Ms. Flack or Ms. Scott?
Yeah, just to thank you. I truly believe that too. I believe in the intersectionality of everything we're doing, to how birth work is connected to, housing people properly is connected to environmental justice. All these things do reflect each other. And I think that with government and all of the NGOs who are working on their individual different causes, that we all need to work together to create a very fluid and just world. So thank you for those comments. They really hit home, and I'll pass it on to Dega.
Thank you, Ms. Flack. Ms. Scott?
I just must see. It's very important, and like Sabrina was talking about, and like you were talking about, there is still a lot of work to do, which is perfectly fine, and we will get there, and we will make it happen. But it is very important work. So, must see.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any additional questions at this time? Seeing none, oh, Mr. O'Reilly, sorry. Oh, Mr. Bonnet Rouge. Thank you.
Merci, Madam Chair, and merci to Giga and Sabrina for their presentation on their mission. Rocky pointed out that small communities usually don't get any services, and I just want to voice that all the regional centers will get all the services before small communities are even considered. And it's shown with the GWT a lot of services even for midwives, and your new venture here would most likely not reach or have positions into these small communities. And that's where I think they're really needed in the communities to provide that good education, that people have a one-on-one with someone that they can speak with. So your doula program, I guess it's very new to me. I haven't heard it before. But I also see that DIGA is registered at the Yukon University. We're also, GNWT is looking at the Polytech University too. I'm just wondering if there's an education stream to becoming a doula. Masi.
Thank you, Emily Bonnet-Rouge. Ms. Flack or Ms. Scott?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, we've had discussions around this. So I think I'll first say that Dega and I think since we've started this project, had this goal, this visionary goal of a doula in every community, right? We started this project off with a huge conversation of let's not make this Yellowknife centric. Let's make sure that this is something where we're considering communities outside of Yellowknife. And that is our dream, and that's what we will push towards. But to have someone want to be a doula in a community, or have someone who's in a community want to be a doula, this needs to be a position where they are being well paid, well compensated, and well valued for that work. So that is part of our mission. In terms of doing this program in a college or university, it is a question that we have been talking about within our steering committee. The doula work is so interesting because it's not a regulated profession, and there's a lot of difficulties to that, of course. There's also a lot of beauty to that. There's a lot of liberation in something not being regulated by a certain association where everyone has to follow their own rules, especially with Indigenous doula work. There's a lot of Indigenous doula work that involves a lot of use of traditional knowledge and ceremony that's really important to not start to regulate under the way Western systems like to regulate things. So whether or not this will be taught at the college is not really our goal. Our goal is how do we mobilize it in a way that the communities want it mobilized in? How does the community want it brought to their community? How does the community want it taught to the people in their community? So yeah, that's kind of where we're at, and I'd love for Dega to add anything else. This is very much her training, her baby, so I'd love for her to share more about that with you.
Thank you, Ms. Flack. Ms. Scott?
Thank you. Like Sabrina was talking about, so the ultimate goal is definitely to have doulas in every community. And in doing so, honestly, my dream behind it wasn't through necessarily like a university or Polytech or anything. It was really community driven. And to be honest, my thought was we would bring it to each Indigenous government, or like the Cleancho government or the Dutcho First Nation or the Satu, and bring it to them, train as many people as wanted to get trained, but make sure we also develop trainers, and then they can train people in their community, and then it stays within that community and it expands. So we started, but the community can keep it going, and it just builds generation after generation. Is honestly my ideal thought, and my ideal dream is making sure our communities have a good hold on this, and making sure our communities can do this. We can start it for them, and we can train them, and we can get people trained, and people being able to facilitate these trainings, and then keep it within their communities or keep it within the region. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott, and thank you, Ms. Flack. Emily Bonnet-Rouge?
I was kind of trying to tie it to the education component of it. I don't think that part was answered, but if we can keep it short, I've got to run to an appointment. I'll see.
Thank you very much, MLA Bonnet Rouge. Are there any additional questions from committee members? MLA Knockleby? No? Okay. Seeing no additional questions, I have a quick question, if I may, committee. Just thinking of, experiences that I have heard of, from new parents in town, and thinking to my own experience as a new parent. Ironically, the biggest challenge that I had as a new parent wasn't during my first child, wasn't during my second child, it was after my third child. And it was, for me, a very challenging time and a very difficult time. And when I think of the work you do and the connections you build and the relationships that you build with new mothers, I honestly think that the work you do has the potential, and I do think that the work that doulas do saves lives. I think that creating those relationships is incredibly powerful, because sometimes you feel that at the time when you should know the most, you know the least. And so I'm just wondering if you can expand a little bit on the type of support or the realistic level of care that you would provide during kind of the fourth trimester or postpartum, and how long that relationship lasts. Thank you.
I love postpartum care. I started off as a birth doula, so I was like, birth is the coolest, but then really realized the need for postpartum care, and then that became a huge passion of mine. So what it looks like so a birth doula, when you hire a birth doula, they have 1 or 2 postpartum visits to check in on you after the birth, and usually that's sort of within the first 2 months. But when we would provide families with a postpartum doula, and we haven't figured out our service delivery model yet, but I'll speak to my own experience as a doula. I have 8-hour package or I have a 20-hour package. And that just means that a person signs up for a package with me and they can use up those hours in whatever way they want. They book time with me. The care looks like support with infant feeding in whatever way the family chooses to feed their infant. It looks like supporting them to help with managing the expectations with the other children who are present, supporting them with holistic meal preparation and understanding what food is nourishing for healing the body after going through something like birth, supporting tidying around the house, getting a load of laundry done so that it's not piling up for the person. Resources. Doulas are huge on resources. So something we want to do through our collective is really just like knowing, okay, if a person is experiencing this, where can they go? Where can we support them in getting help from? Supporting the partner, acknowledging that partners also go through huge transitions and are also a part of this ever-changing family building process. So making sure that they're supported through that as well. And really just like whatever that family needs, and this is where being really family-centered comes in, is when the doula comes and sits with you. It's like, hey, I know all these things that might be really helpful to someone who just had a baby, but what do you need in this moment? Because you are an individual and you are the person who is asking for support right now. So really letting the family lead that discussion around what is needed for them. Some doulas have extra training in different types of healing modalities. And I know that in Indigenous traditions, there are a lot of different ones. So this is something that would be talked about and included in the Indigenous doula training. That's kind of what I have to say for that, and I'll let Dega share anything else on that note.
Thank you, Ms. Flack. Ms. Scott?
Yeah, just as Sabrina touched on, it really, like, we haven't necessarily figured that portion of like how we deliver that care, or how we, once we have, I guess, more doulas, because ultimately we need more doulas in the north, and we need that support to build that continuity of care and to build that support for families. Like if you're talking about postpartum, it just depends. We will provide, like, that's our ultimate goal, is to provide training through all stages, including postpartum, especially when we know that is a time when parents are going through a huge transition and families are going through a huge transition, and they do need the most help. And you talk about postpartum depression, and if a doula is there and able to support, they will be able to recognize those, and we will be able to provide those resources needed to the parent and help support them through that as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. It does. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate the time you've given us today and the experience that you've brought to the table today. We really appreciate it, and so on behalf of committee, thank you very much for joining us today. We have another presentation at 10:30 this morning, and we invite you to join us if you'd like. If you'd like to follow along, it will be live streamed as well, and it's with the Foster Family Coalition of the Northwest Territories. But thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it as well, and it was really nice to share this space with you all.
Thank you so much, and we will definitely be in touch for sure.
Thank you.
So with that, committee, we will take a 10-minute break, and we will rejoin here at 10:30, and we will be joined by the Foster Family Coalition, and that briefing will also be live streamed for the public as well. Thank you. Welcome back. Committee will now hear a Child and Family Services Review presentation from the Foster Family Coalition of the Northwest Territories. I'd like to remind our participants and viewers that certain topics are of a sensitive nature and may be triggering for some individuals. Should you become uncomfortable or experience any mental distress, please contact a healthcare provider in your community right away. My name is Caitlin Cleveland, and I am the MLA for Cam Lake and also the chair of this committee. I'd like to remind all members and our witnesses that all comments, questions, and remarks will need to be directed to myself as chair of the committee, and both members and the witnesses will need to wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking. I'll now ask members to once again introduce themselves for the record, but also for the benefit of our guests today, starting with MLA Knockleby.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Morning. Morning. MLA Katrina Knockleby for Great Slave. Thank you.
Rocky Simpson, Hay River South.
Kevin O'Reilly, Frame Lake.
Excellent, thank you. And I will now, there are more members with us here today that have just stepped out of the room briefly. We do have MLA Ryland Johnson of MLA North, MLA Lisa Semler of Inuvik Twin Lakes, and MLA Ron Bonnet Rouge representing the Decho. I'll now turn the floor over to Ms. Tammy Roberts to introduce herself and to proceed with her presentation. So first off, Ms. Roberts, we're very, very thankful that you've joined us here today. We know that you bring a lifetime of experience to the table, and we really look forward to learning from you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. A little bit of background. First of all, I'd like to say I am self-isolating. So if you hear dogs barking or teenagers talking to me, I apologize ahead of time. Hopefully it'll be quiet. So my name is Tammy Roberts. I have been the executive director of the Foster Family Coalition for almost 12 years. Prior to that, I was involved with the Yellowknife Foster Family Association since about 1993 when I first moved to the north. I'm also a family advisory committee member of Canada FASD Research Network and part of the Canadian Foster Family Association that meets regularly to talk about fostering and foster care across Canada. Everything that I do and all the work and volunteering that I do is always for those kids that we all talk about that fall through the cracks and we're unsure about what the cracks are or how to fix it. So that's what I always keep in the back of my mind whenever I'm working with kids. I just want to start off by saying that I have worked with some amazing people in the child protection system over the years who genuinely do everything they can to support children and youth and go above and beyond at all times. I've also worked with some amazing caregivers who have done the same. And also, I've also worked with some fabulous families that some of my children that have lived with me long term, some of their families who, in my mind, I have no doubt that they love and care for their children, and they need to have our support in order to make their children's lives the best that they can possibly be. I'm going to share with you some things that I've learned from my kids and kids that I work with. Things I've learned from other caregivers when I'm supporting them, as well as family members when supporting them as well too. I am no expert. I make mistakes, and I'm learning all the time. My greatest role in life is being a mother. I started fostering many years ago. It'll actually be 30 years coming up in July. I started in northern Manitoba and then continued on when I moved here. Shortly after coming to Yellowknife, I went into the Child Protection Office just to see if maybe there was a need in the community for caregivers, and I ended up leaving the same day with 2 boys. And that was the beginning of my fostering career. Through the time that I've been fostering, I've had approximately 250 kids go through my home. Some stayed for a couple hours, some stayed for a week, a month, a year. Some have never left. and are still here today. And that's just the, I guess you never know what's going to happen, and you never know where somebody's life is going to go. And you just kind of got to go with the flow. And that's what child protection and the child welfare system is all about. I have been around through the child protection system here when I saw it centralize, and then I saw it decentralize, and now centralizing kind of in a different way again. Whatever system that is put in place at the top, I would like everybody to remember that the people that we are trying to affect are at the bottom. So we have to make sure that that system is trickling down and not, stuck in an office someplace where there's lots of work happening, but we don't see results on the ground. So some of the youth that I have spent time with, have been lucky to spend time with, I know some of them now live on the streets. As I said, I've been doing this for 30 years. Some of them have passed away due to suicide or violence. There's some that have been in jail and are in jail. Some have disabilities, some have children, some have careers. Some of them have lost their children to the system already. And the one thing that I think everybody needs to understand is that the one thing they do have in common is they've all experienced trauma, and trauma has a lifelong effect and lifelong impacts. So moving forward, we need to recognize trauma, and we need to work really hard to make sure that we're supporting our children and families. When I talk to caregivers, the first thing they say is they are not saints, because a lot of people will call us that we make mistakes, and that this is the hardest challenge that they have ever experienced in their entire life. Caring for children and youth that have experienced trauma and disruption of attachment is a major feat in itself. And what it does is challenges you to think differently from the way you were raised, maybe think differently from the way that you raised your children, in order to try and meet the complex needs of these children. We talk about poverty a lot, and I do know that poverty has a huge role to play on a lot of children and youth that do come into care. And if there was more money to get people out of poverty, it would be better. But there also is that huge need for support in the home. If we can't, any system that we have, we can't throw money at it and expect it to all of a sudden fix itself. And this is one in particular. There has to be a lot of support put in home for people. When I first started fostering, there was no look at reconciliation. It was kids brought into care, and then maybe they worked with the family. I'm not sure, because it was, as a caregiver, that was something that I never saw. And there was never any interaction between caregivers and families. And then there was a lot of openness where we could do different things back in the day. I remember on a few occasions taking in young moms or moms that decided that they needed to turn their life around and had a bond with their child and wanted to go to treatment. So I've taken them in my home in the past and kind of fostered a family, so to speak. So a lot of flexibility happened back then. Now, with the shift of, in the last probably 15 years of reunification, which is fabulous, because we all know children need to be with their families. What it did for a while was kind of stunt the number of kids coming into care, because you could see all the hard work that was going into keeping kids in families, keeping kids in communities, and making sure they had the supports they needed in order to be safe. Once kids did start coming into care after that, As caregivers, we noticed that a lot of the needs of these children and youth had really increased. And I'm presuming that's from all other options being tried and they didn't work, whether that was putting supports in the home or, moving kids around a bit within family to try and support them so that they could stay together. But what happened is we ended up with having kids that come into care with very complex needs, a lot of trauma, and a lot of inconsistency in their lives. So we need caregivers who have a lot more experience, a lot more knowledge, a lot more training. And at the Foster Family Coalition, we have been pushing for and trying to support our caregivers to have the training they need in order to meet the needs of the children and youth that come to live with them. And that's something that we will continue to work with the department on and advocate for, because the worst that could happen is that kids get their needs met. And that's what we're all trying to do in the beginning anyway. So when supporting caregivers, so our board is a volunteer board that can be made of up to 2 members from each region across the territory. We do have some vacancies on our board, but most of the regions are covered. So in our discussions, in our meetings that we have, we still see that there is a lack of communication between caregivers and social services regarding the plan for the children and youth, or what the next steps will be. And I've seen that what usually happens when it appears that there's no plan is then the caregiver starts creating a plan, because we all like to plan. And then maybe those plans don't sync together, and that causes conflict. So still, I'm a huge advocate for caregivers being in the know of the plan, whether it's to reunify, whether it's to look at family placement, whether it's to provide different supports for the youth. The caregiver is the person that's with the youth 24/7, and they need to be a part of the planning, or at least be in the know of what the plan is. So that's one thing that our caregivers across the board still talk about in all regions. Another one is caregivers state that decisions around moving children very hastily still happens. And abrupt moves for children and youth can cause trauma, or does cause trauma. And when this happens over and over again, whether it's because of placement breakdown or because a youth might go home and the parent is not quite ready to meet their needs and it breaks down and they come back into care, or if sometimes they move on to an adoptive place that fails, or sometimes they go to treatment and come back, all of those moves create trauma and have lifelong impacts on children. I want to share with you about a young person that came into my life when she was 10. And she was a huge handful. This was many years ago. She did everything that she could to not connect with our family. So this would come out in behaviors like stealing our stuff, running away, sneaking out, blowing curfew, all the things that you should, all the rules that you need to follow to be part of a family. And I did notice that every time that she started to feel a little bit safe, maybe, that these behaviors would come out and we would start all over again and our relationship would not be good. I remember sitting with her one day saying, you know, everybody has the last place that they go, and there's no other option. And this is the last place for you. So we need to figure this out and make it work. She continued to be with our family until adulthood. And as an adult, I was able, she was a young adult, I was able to get some information that I never had when she was younger, is that prior to coming to my home, she had over 20 placements. Each placement that a person has that's an abrupt change causes trauma, of course, but also causes a delay in development where you need to establish feeling safe again. You need to establish your connections again. And these disruptive placements over and over and over again are what happening to a lot of our kids. And we need to figure out a way how to support those moves not happening so abruptly. So what it does is it interferes with attachment. And as a young person, I was very fortunate to be raised with my parents and my brothers, and my mom stayed at home and cared for kids. So I was around kids all the time, and I observed how she was around kids, which then showed me how to parent my kids. I didn't realize that what she was doing and what I was doing was creating attachments for kids until I was fostering. So I had a young mom living with me who had a baby, and just part of my family and growing up is to interact with the baby. So you talk to the baby, you sing to the baby, you have conversations with the baby. And I remember this young mom laughing at me saying, "You do realize that she's not going to answer you back and she doesn't know what you're talking about." And then it dawned on me that some people weren't raised the way I was. So I started to explain to her what attachment was and what attachment was all about. Another young child that came to my home really taught me the importance of attachment. He was about 6 months old, had been environmentally delayed, I was told, and not had a lot of stimulation. And so in our home, he was in a room by himself, and I would get all the kids up and go to school, and he would sleep. He slept a long time, and I was really concerned about how long he was sleeping. But what I did is I would go and listen outside his door, and I could hear him in there, and I would open the door and he would be awake in the crib. And so I'd start interacting with him. So I quickly put a monitor in his room so I could tell by his breathing that he was awake, because you can tell the pattern of breathing. And so what I did, as soon as I could hear that his pattern of breathing changed, I would go and I would open the door and I would say, "Good morning," and "How are you today?" and all of the interactions that you would do. It took probably less than a week. And when he would wake up, he would start to make a little sound. And so I would come right away into the room and do our routine, "Good morning." And within 2 weeks' time, he was screaming at the top of his lungs because he knew that I would come and get him. So that really showed me the patterns of attachment and how important they are in children's lives. With that being said, when we hastily move children, we don't give time for them to transfer that attachment from whoever they're with to somebody else. And this is a pattern that needs to take time to happen. In another experience, actually with the same child, once he was strongly attached to our family, an adoptive family came forward because he was a child that was in need of adoptive home. So in that process of transferring the attachment from our family to a new family, we were given the opportunity to do this over a longer period of time, went from short visits to longer visits to back and forth visits. And I remember having a conversation with the adoptive mom, and she said, "As happy as we are to have him join our family, I am so sad that we're breaking the attachment that he has with you. And that was such a great opportunity for me to share with her that it is good that he is attached to us, because now we can transfer it over. And that's exactly what we did. So one of the concerns that our caregivers have is about kids moving too quickly from one spot to another, that we need to slow down and take the time to transfer attachment from one place to the other, because that is the most healthy for the child and that's most beneficial for them moving forward. Also, I just wanted to chat a little bit about how easily attachment can be broken. And it's something that you can actually see with your own eyes if you've ever had a chance to witness it. Another young baby that I had come to live with me straight from the hospital, and I did the things that my mom had showed me how to do in order to create attachment. And this was a baby that was very attached. And when this baby was about 7 or 8 months old, I agreed to take baby's birth mom in as she was young, and I wanted to support her in learning how to parent, as this was a first child, as well as teaching her how this baby needed their needs met and what was working really well for him, because he was progressing quite well. So as a young mom, as I said, and when she came to live with us, the worker at the time said, we want her to know what being a parent is all about, you know, the rewards, the challenges, getting up at night, doing all those things. So we want you to give her 100% responsibility and just step back and watch and help her if she needs help. So that's what I did. I followed my instructions. And she was young and, you know, had that history of trauma and all those things that we see in the kids that come forward as well, too. And she didn't get up in the night with him. She was spending her time, you know, messaging friends and whatnot, and just leaving him on the floor to hang out by himself. And I quickly noticed within a very short period of time, maybe 2 weeks of this, that he stopped requesting. So when he was hungry, he stopped crying because nobody came. When his diaper was dirty, he stopped crying because nobody came. And he stopped crying at night because nobody came. And this didn't sit well with me, because this is a child that's in my home and I can see that the attachment is being broken in front of my eyes. So what I did is I talked to the birth mom, talked to the social worker, and said that I see a change in attachment. So we came up with a plan on when the birth mom could spend her time being 100% on with the child, and then I would do the rest. And so we started this pattern where mom was 2 hours a day and I was in charge the rest of the time. And it didn't take very long before he started to request again. So attachment is a child expressing a need and somebody meeting that need over and over again. And that's why abrupt moves from place to place to place doesn't give the child the opportunity to transfer their attachment to someone else, and then they just stop requesting and their needs stop being met. Another topic that comes up over and over again when chatting with our caregivers is permanency planning for children and youth. It has not really been a huge focus over the years. Once a child becomes a permanent ward, it's not really, there's a lot of work that has to happen in order for a child to be available for adoption. And what happens is after years, the caregiver wants to provide permanency for the child and decide that they might want to adopt the child themselves. So something to understand is because you're a foster parent, it doesn't give you a leg up in adoption. You apply just like anybody else would. You go through a home study and a process just like anybody else would. So what happens once somebody comes forward, or it appears a pattern that somebody comes forward, a caregiver that wants to adopt a child that they've been caring for years, it sets the process in motion, and part of the process is for social services to reach out to family to see if there's anybody in family that would provide permanency for the youth. And so what happens a lot of times is right at the end stages of the adoption, family comes forward and is identified, and the youth may either move and be with those family members, or it just causes a lot of disruption in the adoption process if they continue on and are adopted by their caregiver. As caregivers, we feel that if permanency planning happened the day the child came into the home, if that child did become a permanent ward, then those options for reaching out to family to find if there's family that can take over the care of those children should happen right at that time, not after the child has been in care for many years and a caregiver decides they want to adopt them. Permanency planning needs to start happening the minute that a child enters care. And then these long-term stable placements that youth are in are then not disrupted because we found somebody that just came forward that wants to take on the care of the children. I do have a new role. I've been the ED of the side door for the past 6 months. And we provide support and housing to youth that are experiencing homelessness. And we all know that being a teenager is extremely challenging for anybody. It's a time when you have to make so many choices in your life. There's, hormones. There's all kinds of things going on. We're deciding who we are and who we're going to be. And there's a lot of pressure put on us. So therefore, teenagers act out. We all know that. When you don't, as a teenager, when you don't have that go-to person, or that person who's in it for the long haul, or that person that says this is the last place you're going to live, what happens is those teens get bounced around. So they're like the young woman I was talking about who create havoc to be moved because they don't want to attach to anybody. So a lot of the kids that we see that are experiencing homelessness are kids that have blown through many, many homes because either the caregivers are not equipped to deal with the behaviors, or they don't have enough support to deal with behaviors. And so we create these children that move around a lot and are just experiencing trauma over and over again. We do need people coming forward to be that go-to person for these children, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. And so a lot of times our children that don't have that go-to person, the last option is to send them south, and that's to send them south for treatment into facilities that are identified by government as their go-to facilities for these youth to head south for. A lot of times, as caregivers, we're curious as to what we're treating because you can't really treat somebody for being a teenager. We're all teenagers and do experience what it means to be a teenager and go through all of those, but we're sending them south for treatment, but we're not 100% sure what the treatment is, or if the child is providing or finding a place that truly meets their needs, because we are limited in where they go because the government is limited in the facilities that they have access to. So again, we're putting youth into places that fit government and don't fit the youth. So when we take youth south, they go and have to leave their community. Maybe that's the only thing they're attached to. They leave friends. They leave the Northwest Territories, and they go to big cities. And if they don't have that number one person in their life to stay connected to, then they lose all connection with the North. A majority of the time, they end up on the streets. They end up involved in gangs, and they become victims when they're down there, which adds to their trauma. So we're adding layers and layers and layers of trauma to our youth. I personally have not seen a lot of success coming out of any youth that return from treatment. I don't know if it's ever been analyzed or if there's any statistics on the outcomes of our youth that are going south for treatment either. The interesting part, my knowledge about Southern treatment is that this comes out of a different budget. So it doesn't come out of your foster care budget. So you might have a youth that's in a place that could be preserved in the North, in their community, maybe with family, if support was put in. And sometimes it's mass support. Sometimes it's a lot of respite for the caregiver. But if those supports were put in place, I do believe that we could meet the needs of our teens in the North. But it's a different budget. So once they go south, the budget for treatment is a different budget. And so therefore that budget, I don't know, it appears to be bottomless. I have no idea. But if we could somehow access that Southern treatment budget to meet the needs of our teens in the North, we would be doing them a great service because we wouldn't have to add all those other layers of trauma onto them. We are always going to need Southern treatment centers for youth that have very complex needs and may need long-term care, but I think we're just using that as a placement option for our teenagers when we have no place for them here in the North. I've supported some caregivers who have had their children go south for treatment. I remember supporting a grandmother from a very small community. She was raising a granddaughter and she became a teen and she couldn't handle her behaviors and she was sent south for treatment. And then she told me when she came back from a big city that has, you know, malls and tons of swimming pools and everything at the tip of your fingers, to a very small community that has nothing. Then she came back as an outsider and was shunned by her friends and shunned by her community because she was an outsider and eventually had to leave. We need to support our youth in their home community because that's where they're going to come back to. We have to teach them how to get through their teen years and be supported within our territory and not down south. I also have experienced feeling I had no other options and no other support and send one of my children south for treatment. The trauma that has added has been far outweighs any other previous trauma. And it has been a continual working hard to create that trust and attachment again that was disrupted through the experiences that happened in a Southern treatment center. It was the worst experience of my entire life, and I do not wish that on anyone. So if there's any way that we can meet the needs of our children in the North and not send them south, that's something that we really need to focus on and do. In closing, I just wanted to say that we all know that addictions are huge, family violence, trauma from all the different systems that have treated our Northern people wrong, takes a long time to heal, adjust, recover, whatever the term is. Unfortunately, children's lives are short. And sometimes that healing process is longer than the lifespan of a child. So we also need to consider that their needs need to be met at that time and during their childhood years, or we're just creating another generation of individuals who have trauma. I'm all for looking at things differently. I'm all for setting up families for success and celebrating what they can contribute to the lives of their children, and not necessarily setting them up for failure by throwing everything at them without the support. And all these things take time. So looking at things differently and trying to think outside the box, but definitely giving the North the resources they need to meet the needs of the kids that we have here. I just want to thank everybody for giving me your attention. And if you have any questions, I'd be really happy to answer them if I can.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. We really appreciate you joining us here today, and appreciate the experiences, the firsthand experiences of a lifetime of care in the Northwest Territories that you've shared with us here today. Right away, I'm going to turn the floor over to MLA Knockleby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today, Ms. Roberts. You may not want to be called a hero, but the Wise Woman Award was definitely well-deserved that you got from the Status of Women. I found today really, really informing. I'm not sure that I have too many questions for you, but I do just wanted to make some comments. I remember as a child, my mom telling me about information that had just come out of Romania around orphanages and how they had a lot of babies in those orphanages who were being well taken care of from like their physical needs being met, but they were finding that people were dying, or they were dying because they weren't being loved, basically. And I remember my mom telling me this as a child because nobody was holding these babies or nobody was caring for them in that manner, or they were having issues. Maybe she was being very dramatic at the time, but that always struck with me. And then as a young adult, I've experienced parental alienation in my life. So the comments around attachment and what that does to youth really hit home for me. So I just wanted to say thank you for sharing that, because it actually does give me some personal insights to my life. So I guess where I just want to say I fully support the work that you're doing. I think everything that you've said today falls in line with the work this committee has been doing and the things that we've been hearing about the continuity of situations, ensuring that children have the supports and the people in their lives that are healthy. And can give them those examples. So I don't really have a question for you. I guess maybe just how can we better support you as a committee? Where would financial resources need to be placed, I guess, so that we could see an improvement in keeping kids in the North and in the youth in their own home communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Emily Knockleby. Ms. Roberts.
Well, over this last year, with the territory closing down and people being at home and people being stressed, we all know how challenging that's been. But it has been an opportunity for the Foster Family Coalition, of course, to provide respite for caregivers that is not because there's a huge crisis going on in their life. And that's taking that break. That's giving you 4 hours a week to do something for yourself, or go get the groceries without a bunch of people tagging along, or read a book, or do whatever. People need a break. Looking back on my own personal situation and being a single parent and not getting the break that I needed in the really, really hard job of caring for a child who's going through huge trauma. I think that would have been most supportive. We need to support people that care for people that are experiencing trauma. And that would be my number one is getting respite, getting relief for these people, because we all know that we need that break in order to refresh and be the best that we can.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. MLA Knockleby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's a really great point. Even in sitting and starting to do this review, which I've come into a little bit late, I'm finding it to be very heavy. It's a lot that we listen to people's stories as well, and then I have a lot of constituents who also, and residents who reach out with their stories. So I personally also, again, just try to always relate things back to my own life. I am trying to work on self-care and how do I deal with, helping people without taking on all that trauma for myself and being burdened by it and maybe giving up a bit. So I really recognize that. I think that's a really valid point. We didn't succeed in having funding for NGOs increased in the budget. However, we have had discussions and we were able to get an additional $750,000 for the anti-poverty funds. So I'm not sure how, if there's a way the foster family can do some magic and make some applications on that fund, but that's some work that I think we're as a committee going to look into. So I do hope that there's some ways that we'll be able to help you get some more funding to help with respite and such. So thank you.
Thank you, MLA Knockleby. Ms. Roberts?
Yep, something we're definitely looking at and working with NTHSSA and the department on all the time is to make sure that our caregivers are supported.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Emily Sumler.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts, for your presentation. One of the comments that you mentioned is, and I think we've all been saying this, is we as regular MLAs have asked for more money for child and family services, but again, not throwing money at just because there is an issue. I like that's kind of that you raised that, because, we've also, I think, and I myself have questioned the out of territory, the like you said, there's no limit on the amount of money that we'll pay somewhere outside the territory to take care of our residents. But yet we're not willing to look at ways to keep them. And then we say, well, we get the answers back to say that there's all these specialized things that they need. Well, I think teenagers, you just hit that home, is they just need to know that that's the last place that they're going to be, and that's going to be their home. Whether it's like, I look at what you're doing now as at the side door, if this is like a live-in facility for teens that are bouncing around, then this is something that maybe that we can keep our teens in the territory, instead of, and I'll say, myself, as a mother of a teenager, she's my biological children, it's hard raising teenagers, let alone raising teenagers that have come from a family that may have trauma, may have, there may be medical, maybe FAS, FASD. There are so many other elements to that. And I think that what you've said is again, really what we've been trying to say with this out of territory, like the amount of money that we're spending. And really, we know that there's medical things for people that need it, but if it's mental health and if it's attachment and if it's having those people, I go back to when I was a child, we had the receiving home in Inuvik, and we had a lot of kids teenagers that lived in there. It wasn't too long ago that place was still operating with house parents, and we've moved away from that again, but that was something that was keeping the kids in the community and going to school with the rest of their friends and being able to see their grandparents and their family in that community. So I just, I think for more than maybe for a question within your area of expertise, like you say, you're not an expert in the area, and but I think for most people with the years of experience that you have, within the care of the children in the Foster Family Coalition, I know this is a territory-wide board. Do you find that it's like the youth, like the infants that we're struggling to keep in a home? Is there, because they're more work or like permanently so that they get this connection? And, or is it the teenagers, or is there kind of like that equivalent?
Thank you, Emily Sandler. Ms. Roberts?
Sorry. I find that there always is ebbs and flows. And back when I started fostering, I stayed at home. I stayed at home for 23 years, raising children. And in the North, it's extremely challenging to have one person stay home. It's usually a 2-income family. So if there are people that are willing to take young children, then they also have to go to daycare. And we all know how hard it is to find stable daycare in regions as well too. It's like almost needing to find those supports that are, are going to be long-term supports. I was so happy to have a respite worker that I had for my children when they were younger. This was an individual who spent every Saturday afternoon for 3 hours with my kids. It was something that was provided on a short-term, for a short term through social services, but then it was a program that was like under review and it was discontinued. And I continued on paying this wonderful person on my own to have that connection for my kids. And she was there for over 9 years, every Saturday for 3 hours. And that had the hugest impact on my children and on myself, because it was one more person that loved them, one more person that was at their birthday party, one more person that understood what I was going through. And those are the connections that we need to find for people, especially when we have families in the North that need 2 incomes coming in. We need to open the circle up and find those supports for them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. Emily Sandler?
Yeah, so I think where I struggle too is all the things that you have stated is, we keep saying it's preventative, but yet we don't really have a preventative clear plan within the Child and Family Services. And we, like we said as a committee, we keep trying to focus on the prevention versus the apprehension. And I know, like you just mentioned, childcare, and yeah, like that would be a barrier in my life if I was to be a foster family. I don't think I could do it at this point in my life, but even before, when working, that if I didn't have childcare available for an infant, but as rolling to teens, it's like, where do I find support for that? And so as a foster, when we look at Child and Family Services as a whole, coming from a foster family perspective, are we going down the right path, or where do we need to really focus? And this is kind of what we've been saying, and we hope that the department hears it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily Sandler. Ms. Roberts?
It would be amazing if there were no more caregivers, no more foster parents, because that means that families, whether it's the family unit themselves or extended families, could step up and provide the support. The children and youth that are always going to come forward and need foster families are exactly the children that don't have that, and those are the people that we need to provide a lot of support to. And I know it's not prevention, but it's prevention for these individuals to not become adults who are then part of the system, whether it's the child welfare system or the legal system or whatever it is. So I see that myself as a prevention, and especially when it comes to permanent wards, because these are children who guardianship has taken away from a parent, and that's a big deal. that's a big responsibility for anybody to take on, to be somebody else's guardian. And so those children, maybe there's a small percentage of them, but we need to really make sure we're doing a good job, because somebody else wasn't, and government has taken over that responsibility. And we need to do a really good job for those small group of people.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Emily Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Roberts, for presenting today. A concern we have heard, and I've heard both from child protection workers and those caregivers, and it seems everyone in the system, is this increasing inflexibility. And it's interesting that we've heard it from people in the department as well. And I think you raise a good point of, there's probably not a child protection worker out there who wouldn't love to have the resources to support the family and provide all that care directly to the family before, an apprehension, but they don't have those resources. The budget doesn't flow that way. And I think a lot of what's driving it is, adherent to processes and privacy, or things that, a bureaucracy tends to overemphasize. And I know this with the information sharing that foster families have requested with, families has not always flown. But despite everyone kind of acknowledging that there's increasing inflexibility in the system, I'm struggling to kind of understand what's causing it or what to do about it. So if you could just elaborate on that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Emily Johnson. Ms. Roberts?
I just think we need to talk about, there's so many different types of families that need to be worked on. And publicly made known that it's okay to have, two families. It's okay to have a 2-parent family or 1-parent family, or it's all information that we know about that not a lot of people talk about. The more people that a child has in their life to love them, whatever their role is, the more well-rounded that child's going to be, especially children who've experienced trauma and problems with their attachment. So this is a system that has to be so flexible. Maybe we have, caregivers that are willing to take in a mom and baby, like I was asked to do years ago. Maybe we have caregivers that are willing to move into a home and work with a family in their home to make sure that that stability is there for the children and there's no disruption in their care. This is a system, I think, that has to be really, really flexible. And if the services for those kids can be provided in their home, of course, that's the very best option. But we're also going to have that small percentage of kids that cannot live at home for safety reasons, or their parents are just too involved in addictions to meet the needs of the kids, which causes them more trauma. It's a very ever-changing system. And the one thing that I've always said to be a good caregiver or a good social worker or anybody who works within the system is that you've got to be able to have that flexibility, because things change really, really fast. Even when it comes to having kids long term, which I have had, it's important for them to have consistency, stability, structure that I've been talking about all along. But with the child welfare system, what happens is that can change depending on the worker. So I might have been going on a certain path with a child that's living with me long term, and then a new worker comes in who has a whole new different way of doing things. It shouldn't disrupt the path that that child is on and that family is on. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in that area as well, too, because that disruption, whether that's an opinion that the worker has or a different way they think things should happen, that can be disruptive for the placement. And that also goes with the whole lack of communication that we see.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. Emily Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it's our work as committee to kind of distill down how to incorporate flexibility into the system and give direction, not always an easy task for government. I guess specifically the point you make about, perhaps it's, a young mother moving into a caregiver's home or a caregiver going into the home, or just, I haven't seen that in, plan of care agreements. I haven't really seen that in, as an option. And can you just, why is that? Is there some, interpretation that that's just a breach of privacy, or there's a legal concern there? Why have we lost that flexibility is really what I'm trying to understand, because I've even heard child protection workers, say they wish they had that power. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Emily Johnson. Ms. Roberts?
I'm not sure why we don't have that flexibility anymore. And like we were talking about back in the day, so lots of things flew back in the day that probably there was no regulations around. But in my personal experience, that's the best way is by building relationships, right? And like I've had kids live with me for a long period of time that I've built relationships with their parent, because it's no different than a divorced couple raising children. You need to have a relationship with the other person in order to have things run smoothly for the kids. And so I have great relationships with some of our birth parents who kids have transitioned home, because we have something in common. We have their children in common, and we care about their children. So they need somebody on their side as well too, that helps them after the fact. And I know a lot of caregivers continue to have relationships with bio families after the kids move home.
Thank you very much, Emily Johnson. Emily O'Reilly?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks for the time today. So about 4 years ago, I sat just over here in this room, and we got the second audit from the Office of the Auditor General on Child and Family Services. And it was kind of like getting bashed over the head with a 2x4 again and again and again, where the entire system had failed. And I know that you folks came and talked to us a little bit after that. So since that time, there's been literally millions of dollars that have been spent on hiring more staff, trying to put in place systems to ensure that, we actually keep track of kids in foster care and that are down south and so on. But I'd like to hear from you whether you think we've actually rounded a corner yet. Based on your experience, your lived experience, have we actually rounded a corner, and have we made a difference in the last few years now? Thanks.
Thank you, Emily O'Reilly. Ms. Roberts?
I'd like to say that I've seen changes. The changes that need to happen are huge. And I would not want to be responsible for trying to fix it. But remembering that it seems to be rule of thumb with foster homes as well too. As soon as we get ahead of things and recruit some foster homes that are going to be lovely and we know are going to work really well with children, they're full right away. And so I think it's the same theory and I don't know why that is. I don't think there's kids that are out there that are at risk and are not coming into care because we don't have the right placements. But it seems like as soon as we fill that void, then it's full again. And it's the same with the child protection workers. As soon as they're fully staffed, it seems like everybody is so much busier. So I don't know if it is that social issues are getting worse. I have no idea. But the one thing I do know, as I've said here today, is whatever changes happen at the top, they have to impact the people at the bottom, because those are the people that we're all here for, no matter what our job is and what level we're at, and how that maybe it needs to be looked at more often to ensure that it's making changes on the bottom, so we know we're going in the right direction. There's been so much restructuring, so much rechanging, so many different teams throughout my career. And I also find, like, even when you find one that's working, it then changes, and then that support is gone as well too. So I don't really have an answer, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Emily O'Reilly?
No, thanks. Yeah, and I appreciate your thoughts on that. Just for the record, we did actually get another $100,000 increase in the budget for the current year moving forward as contributions, I think, for the Foster Family Coalition. So that's a small thing that I think we did as regular MLAs. But, you know, part of our job now as as the committee here is to make changes, recommendations to change or improve the legislation. And I'm just wondering if you have any specific ideas or suggestions about things that you think can or should be changed with regard to the legislation itself to help the people that, you know, you've talked about. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Emily O'Reilly. Ms. Roberts?
As I said, a child's life is really short. And sometimes it takes so long to make decisions that have an impact on their life that it seems to be a system where everybody's waiting all the time. And understanding that it takes time for children's families to work on the things they need to work on in order for the kids to return home. Just the way the legislation is, I know it was changed a few years back to shorten the period of time that younger children are in limbo, so that they can have permanency. But the way it's written, it doesn't mean that it's going to be, 18 months for a child under the certain age to have permanency. There's so many ways of getting around it. If that child returns home after 17 months for one day and then comes back into care, it starts all over again. So if there was a way to tighten things up so that 18 months was 18 months and not, 17 months 6 times, because that's their life, right? I think those would really help stop the back and forth and trauma that kids are always exposed to.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. Emily Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the words you spoke here today and the information that you've provided us. I guess I've never really given it much thought, I guess, in a sense maybe, but in the back of my mind I probably have, with respect to children and the way they move from, maybe from a home to another home and on in the communities. But, as I was sitting here listening to you speak, and I was thinking, when I was an employer, some of the people that I had working for me, almost what you're saying almost fits into adults as well, And as you were speaking there, somebody that used to work for me texted me and is working down south and said, all the things I learned from you, I brought to this job, and they think that I'm a magician, and so and that's and I think that what you're doing is the same thing, and I guess it's, when you talk about government, we're getting more into liability, we're getting more into safety, we're getting more into, we're just being legislated, into being where there's no action. And when it comes to people's lives, things have to be timely. And I always say that sometimes you just got to do the right thing and accept the consequences for doing the right thing. And that's kind of how I counsel people, and maybe it's the wrong way to do it, but I look at things and I suspect that you probably kind of do the same thing as well. So, I guess the question I would have is that, when a child, I guess, leaves is taken or leaves the home and goes into foster care, once that's done, you're providing that support to that child. But now we've got a family out there that also needs support. So what happens, I guess, with that family? Like, are they looked after, or are they just kind of forgotten, or is there some type of interaction, between government services, yourself, to make sure that the family has that support they need to get that child back and hopefully on track as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much, MLA Simpson. Ms. Roberts.
As I mentioned before, in the beginning, when I first started fostering in the early 90s here, there was, I don't think, much support provided to families. And then there was a shift where they were providing a lot of support to families. That is kind of the, I'd say, lack of communication that we have between our child protection workers and our caregivers. Is a lot of times we don't know what's happening and what the family is working on if you don't have a really good communication going with the worker. So we might not know that, the parent is attending counseling or is, getting help with their addictions. We might not see any of that work that's going on because that's done usually between the child protection worker and the family. And then all of a sudden we can go from having no family contact to all of a sudden having family contact. And as a caregiver, you're not quite sure, what's happened, so that we've moved on to this process, or whether it's supervised family access to unsupervised family access. If there is better communication, then we would all be on the same page and be supportive in, how the plan is moving forward. There's a lot of work that's done behind the scenes between the caregiver and the child when it's, prepping for visits, prepping for, family contact, being supportive with family contact if the child is feeling apprehensive about it. Supporting the child if the child's feeling apprehensive about returning home because of past trauma or worries they might have. The caregiver can play a really important role in supporting that plan if we have the proper communication and what the plan actually is. Also, what it does without that communication is it puts a lot of doubt in the caregiver's mind about whether or not the family is ready for the child to return. And then, of course, they worry about them if they don't think there's enough support for them. So we've said it over and over again, communication is really key when it comes to working within the child protection system.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. MLA Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. I guess one thing that in the communities, like at least in Hay River, when we talk about caregivers who are fostering children, there's sometimes negative comments. They're doing it for the money, they're doing it for whatever reasons. Is there training or certification for caregivers, and would that include cultural training as well? Because I think that in my mind is that somebody who's willing to take in and foster kids, that's very important, and it's probably saved numerous children's lives throughout the years here in the NWT, and, I commend anybody that does it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily Simpson. Ms. Roberts?
If this was an easy way to make money, then everybody would be doing it. So I can guarantee you that this is not a way to make money. This is a really hard job that I know people are doing. And even when it comes to kin families, so relatives who step forward to care for their their family's children, this is a hard, hard job. And if you have to worry about making ends meet or where your next meal is coming from on top of the hard job it is caring for these children, it's going to crash and burn and nobody's going to do it. So people need to be compensated for the work that they're doing 100%. Right now there is and has not been since I've been in the North fostering any mandatory foster parent training. We started doing a pilot in the late 90s of Pride training, which you may or may not know of. It's a training that came out of the US that was adopted in Canada, and majority of the provinces and territories use Pride training as their mandatory pre-service training before you start fostering. We do have it available on our own portal through the FFC, where people can go on and take the training at their own leisure. Of course, training is best face-to-face, but that's not going to happen in this day and age. So the training is available, but without it being mandatory, people aren't going to spend the time to take it. It is a training that can be adapted so that it has your own cultural component to it. Back in the day, I used to travel to the communities with a social worker, and I would also train with a local social worker so that they could discuss how things may be different in their region, and then whatever the culture of that region would also be acknowledged at the time. So the opportunity is there. I'm always after the department to say we need foster parent training to be mandatory, and the pre-service training should be mandatory. And this is a joint training for somebody who is interested in adopting as well too, especially people who are adopting Indigenous children. It helps you understand why children will always be connected to their families and what your role is in making sure that that happens, whether you're fostering or adopting. So my push is always mandatory training, and then mandatory annual training as well. And that should be, like some of the other provinces and territories are doing, is with an incentive. Nobody will do something without an incentive. So whether that's a small increase to your fostering per diem because you have this training, the worst that could happen is kids' needs are being met.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. Members, are there any additional questions at this time? Seeing none, I might just ask a quick one before we break here. One of the things that it was actually MLA Simpson that kind of jogged my thinking on this one is sometimes you run into situations where it is easier to ask for forgiveness than it is for permission. And, you know, there's probably one of the things that my mother repeated to me often. Sometimes you just got to do it. And so I'm wondering if you are willing to speak on a little bit any of the pieces of the legislation or policies that foster parents have kind of decided that it is easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, just because the policy doesn't allow you to parent the way you need to, or to make or make a decision based on the best interest of the child. And so that might be a difficult question, but given your years of experience, I'm wondering if you know of any kind of pieces that really put people in that difficult situation. Thank you.
It might seem trivial, but I know this is something that has happened over and over again, and you have to look at ways to get around it, right? And like I said, it may seem trivial, but it's really hard when you're fostering a child who, comes home from the park and says their friend invited them to have a sleepover. We can't do that. We can't have make that decision. Whoever they're sleeping at, their parents have to have their vulnerable sector and their child protection record check done. It really makes children feel like they're foster children. There is no flexibility in, say I have my birth child that's the same age as my foster child, and this is a family friend who I know and who I feel safe with my child being there, but I don't have the ability to make that decision for my foster child. And like I said, it may be very trivial, but it has been something that comes up over and over again, and I know was a challenge for me. What I did is I always encouraged the child to sleep at my house, because that way my foster child could have the sleepover experience, and I was still following the guidelines that were set before me to follow. Definitely, there has to be some flexibility there so that kids are not reminded of the limitations that they have because they're kids in care.
Oh, thank you very much for that, Ms. Roberts. I really appreciate that perspective. And, kids need the opportunity to be kids and learn how to spread their wings too. So I appreciate that. Members, are there any additional questions? With that, Ms. Roberts, I'd really like to thank you for your time today and for sharing your experience in this space with us today. We really value your perspective and your years of service to the people of the Northwest Territories. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So just as words to the public, we have a third briefing today at noon with the Department of Justice on the integrated service delivery. And so I'd like to invite people to come back and join us at noon, and we'll take a 10-minute break here. And thank you again, Ms. Roberts, for your time today. Welcome back. Our third presentation today is a technical briefing hosted by the Department of Justice on the integrated service delivery model. Committee will hear from representatives from the Department of Justice, the Department of Education, Culture and Employment, and the Department of Health and Social Services. My name is Caitlin Cleveland, and I am the MLA for Cam Lake and the chair of this committee. I would like to remind all members and our witnesses that all comments, questions, and remarks will need to be directed to myself as chair. Both members and the witnesses will need to wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking. I will now ask members to once again introduce themselves for the record and for the benefit of our guests, starting with MLA Knockleby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Katrina Knockleby, MLA for Great Slave.
E. Simpson, Hay River South.
Lisa Semler, MLA Nuvik Twin Lakes.
Kevin O'Reilly, Frame Lake.
Excellent. Thank you very much, members. I'll now pass the floor over to Ms. Charlene Doolittle, Deputy Minister of the Department of Justice, to introduce herself and also her colleagues that will be joining her today for their presentation. So thank you very much, Ms. Doolittle, for joining us. We really appreciate having you here today, and I'll pass the floor over to yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you to committee for inviting us to provide you a briefing on the Interdepartmental Initiative of Integrated Service Delivery, ISD. Although we are pleased to have a guiding role at the Department of Justice in this initiative at this time, our colleagues across children and family departments have been raising the importance of proving an interconnected continuum of supports to our residents for some time, with various efforts over the last 20 years. The work done in those projects laid the foundation for our efforts now, and I'm pleased to have some of our partners with us today to help tell the story of where we are going. With me on the call to present, I have Sarah Chorskowski. She is the Director of Mental Wellness and Addictions Recovery with Health and Social Services. Next, we have Shelley Kaprelian, who is the Director of Early Learning and Childcare with Education, Culture and Employment. And we also have Leanne Gardner, who is the Territorial Director of Integrated Service Delivery, which is a position supported by all 7 social departments and sits at the Department of Justice. With that, Madam Chair, I would suggest turning the presentation over to Ms. Leanne Gardner to start us off, and her colleagues will help support her throughout the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Doolittle, and welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us here today. Ms. Gardner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the committee for the invitation to tell you about the GNWT's work towards integrated service delivery. My colleagues and I will take a few moments to tell you about the need for change, some driving forces for that change, some of the planning work we have done so far, and of course our current actions and next steps. Then we would be happy to take any of your questions and your feedback. As Charlene mentioned, I'm happy to share this opportunity to present to you with my colleagues from EC&E and Health and Social Services, and I'll invite Ms. Chorskowski to take us through the next few slides.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gardner. Ms. Chorskowski.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So next slide, please. Thanks. So the need for change. So government often uses a fairness measure in the development of policies and programs. However, we know that treating people the same assumes that they start from the same place. This assumes that people all have the same capabilities and opportunities and does not recognize the realities of the individuals that are accessing our services. Next slide, please. We know that our residents do not experience a seamless continuum of supports from our services and our systems, especially when they require multiple services. Next slide. So driving forces. So as you are aware, the 19th Assembly includes mandate commitments specific to integration of services for children and their families, although several others are also linked to outcomes related to service quality and innovation. We know that the impact of residential schooling system and other colonial practices continue to impact on the health and wellness of Indigenous peoples, and that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls final reports have provided us with the foundation for how to move forward. In addition, the 19th Assembly has also made a commitment to advancing reconciliation using the principles of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a framework. Although we don't only serve Indigenous residents of the NWT, embedded in these foundational concepts of rights, respect, reciprocity, and equity in our service approaches will serve to improve the responsiveness of our systems for all residents. At the same time, social and health systems across the country are being shaped by social movements grounded in anti-racism, and public organizations are being held to account for public services that are experienced very differently by Indigenous people, Black people, and people of color. We are being asked to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous, Black, and people of color in negative social and health outcomes and in the criminal justice system, and we need to find better ways to provide interconnected continuums of support to support individuals and their families further upstream from these negative outcomes. Next slide, please. So these are some key planning assumptions that are guiding our work. These are based on the significant work that has been done by several departments on this topic, and it's evidenced in other jurisdictions' successful efforts. One example is the Strengthening Families Initiative in New Zealand. The most important message is that the GNWT is not developing a new program in its approach at this point. Our efforts are not focused on adding more complexity or more programs to the system, but instead in creating a paradigm shift in how we deliver the services we have. So this is an initiative that is intended to create mechanisms that formally integrate current and new GNWT programs and services with the overall goal of enhancing system capacity to respond in a timely, flexible way to support the needs and strengths of individuals, families, and communities in the NWT. Enhancing system capacity refers to leveraging what we already have in place by providing common principles and standards of service and empowering service providers to work differently across our systems. We know that this common approach must be a whole person-centered, strengths-based, and community-driven. So this means constantly making service decisions from the perspective of what the individual's needs are, not the organization's administrative, operational, or other needs. It also means that we need to invite our community partners to co-design these approaches with us, not only because the approach is aligned with intentions of reconciliation, but because the positive impact of our actions will be amplified by including their perspectives and wisdom. This shift requires cultural change at all levels of our government and our agencies, and this should not be understated. All the existing services, so health policy, health service provision, courts, corrections, income, housing, social services, they've all been shaped by different factors over time, resulting in significant differences in our culture of service delivery. They're also simultaneously responsible for hundreds of other core operational and strategic functions. And I think next slide, and I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Caprillion.
Thank you very much. Ms. Caprillion?
Thank you. Given these intentions, integrated service delivery planning work is guided by the 6 principles you see on this slide, which have been formalized by the Children and Families Deputy Minister Committee in the Memorandum of Understanding signed by all 7 members in August 2020. The principles of a whole-of-government approach, reconciliation, person-centered service delivery, equity, accountability, and evidence-based decision-making. We could move to slide 8, please. Along with our counterparts across the country, the GNWT departments and agencies have recognized the need to better integrate services to our residents for upwards of 15 years, with many initiatives developing along the way. This slide shows examples of initiatives ongoing that are already aligned with the integrated service delivery principles. Most of these initiatives have been focused on creating interprofessional teams within a particular sector with the goal of addressing gaps within that sector. However, none of them have been able to create sustainable, multi-systems level change. This is not an exhaustive list, but representative of how many efforts are happening across our systems. You'll likely recognize them from departmental briefings and budget processes. What we know from academic literature and lessons learned from other jurisdictions is that our integration efforts so far have not included the fundamental systemic and structural changes required to support a whole-of-government transformational change, such as joint policy-making between departments, changes to organizational design, reporting and accountability structures, and job descriptions, and a willingness to adapt governance and budgetary models to support outcome-focused service delivery. Without these critical components of whole-of-government work clearly defined, committed to and implemented at all levels of government, any integration efforts will likely experience similar challenges to impact sustainable systems change. Slide 9, please. This slide speaks to our current actions in relation to integrated services delivery. And the first is the integrated case management approach and the integrated services delivery demonstration site, which is comprised of a working group of frontline managers from across sectors created as accountable to the Integrated Services Delivery Territorial Senior Management Committee in Yellowknife, positioning integrated case management in Yellowknife as a demonstration site for ISD. The group's first priorities are to work to address the waitlist for the program and to start streamlining solutions for current program participants. And the intention is for this group to take collective responsibility for the support being provided to program participants, to reduce redundancies and inefficiencies in the service provision so the program can get to a point where we collectively can expand into other integrated service delivery demonstration opportunities. These demonstration opportunities are taking shape organically across the territory as other projects take place. Health and social services and education, culture, and employment have been working on early childhood development, and ECE's territorial-based support teams are examples of this in a more iterative way. The initiatives are moving forward as departmental initiatives, but we are all connected in a way we haven't been before. We are ensuring that we are sharing the lessons learned and are empowering staff and communities to work in this way. In terms of the Territorial Senior Management Committee change leadership, this effort will be ongoing. The committee meets every month, and there is a sustained effort to keep the group focused on the intention of this work. The Common Social and Wellbeing Indicators Project reflects an ISD Common Social and Wellbeing Indicator, refers to an ISD Common Social and Wellbeing Indicators project that is underway. The Department of Justice has dedicated one position, a Senior Performance and Policy Analyst, to the work for 1 year. This resource started in December 2020 and has been working with the Territorial Senior Management Committee and GNWT data subject matter experts to develop and collect common measures of success to track and monitor progress on integration efforts over time. They are currently working together to establish a set of initial cross-sector baseline indicators, ultimately bringing departmental indicators together, understanding them as a group, and then choosing what smaller group of indicators we should focus on and provide to senior leaders in our systems as a collective reporting and monitoring effort. The conceptual framework development is also underway and currently being drafted by the Territorial Senior Management Committee. And the framework will set out intentions and an approach for the GNWT, as well as explain the planning process. Although we're happy to share this with the committee, the audience is intended to be internal as it is a foundational guide setting out our commitments moving forward and brings us to the point of engaging with Indigenous governments and community partners. We expect to have this completed in May 2021. This step is critical as it ensures that we have a cohesive voice as we start to work with our stakeholders. In terms of linking with GNWT integration efforts, members of the Territorial Senior Management Committee will continue to work together to ensure we're connecting our respective services wherever possible as the formal actions of this initiative unfold. Although this is nuanced work, it is powerful in building the relationships necessary for the organizational, cultural change that is happening. Some actions include working with departments to do their own assessments of where they can improve service access and quality, ensuring that program reviews and evaluations include the voices of people using services, and that the scope of evaluations include person-centered, strengths-based, and positive mental health approaches. I'll now turn the presentation over to my colleague, Ms. Gardner.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carpilio. Ms. Gardner?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my colleagues. This slide represents a timeline of ISD planning so far, just to be transparent with the committee about what's happened so far. As my colleagues have alluded to, we have some accountability pieces in place. So this started in May 2020, where Territorial Director of ISD, the position I'm in currently, was established and staffed to guide this effort across departments. So this started last May. It's committed to and funded by all 7 children and families deputy minister committee members. So that's Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Finance, Health and Social Services, MACA, ECE, Justice, and the Housing Corporation have committed to an MOU that you see in August 2020 was signed by all members of that committee and committed to funding the position of Territorial Director to guide the work. In November 2020, an 18-member ISD Territorial Senior Management Committee that you heard Ms. Kapralian refer to in the last slide was established to lead this work. This is a group of directors across sectors with work initially has been focused since that time on bringing the group up to speed on the need for this change and the committee governance support. So things like terms of reference, the things that help guide us and help to set this initiative amongst our other priorities. In February 2021, we met as a group in a critical kind of piece of our change management effort. So this group of senior managers are the change leaders for this organizational change. And as my colleagues mentioned, it is a significant organizational change. We're looking at a paradigm shift for service delivery for our organization. And it's critical for any piece of major change management effort to ensure that our leadership is fully engaged and that we have aligned expectations for ourselves and our colleagues. Signing MOUs are really important. We've seen it in the evidence to keeping us all together on what our priorities are, but it's important that we work together to define what some of those words mean and what that means in an operational way. So this work set the foundation for the development of a conceptual framework, which is in process now. An ISD social wellbeing indicators project is underway, which we heard from my colleague as well, which really will help us figure out how to be accountable for the change that's happening as we move forward. And in order to do that, we need to, together as a group, agree on the indicators and what they mean, what they show us and what they don't. And then, of course, March to May 2021, where we are right now, as I mentioned, we're in the middle of developing this conceptual framework. And if we can go to the next slide, please, to slide 11. So out of our February meeting, this last February, of this group of senior managers, what we really focused on was getting us all on the same page, but really asking each other, frankly, what we needed to get to this vision we have of accessible person-centered services for the people we serve. So giving the planning principles and planning assumptions that we discussed earlier in the presentation, we determined that this ISD planning landscape needs to include these planning components. Internal change management, which we've started to discuss, this shift will result in disruption and cultural change at all levels of our government. All of the existing systems, as we've discussed, really have been shaped by different factors over time, resulting in service users having a very different experience sometimes when they interact with all of our services. It's a difference in the culture of service delivery in each of our departments or agencies. Very much shaped by the things that impact those sectors in particular. So what the internal change management piece is really about is having a consistent cross-systems guidance in a plan format, but also to speak to the unique nature of each program area and the culture, state, and of course the legislative, regulatory, and policy realities of that sector. So it's not, I would say, a change management plan in this context, if you picture how broad all of these program areas are and how specific areas, specific groups of staff members, for example, need to be supported in that change management way in a different way depending on their surroundings. So that's what that first, the top left ISD planning activity is about. The next I'll discuss is the tools to support change. This component is really about ensuring public servants are empowered and supported to work in this new way. and according to these principles. So we need to ensure that they can confidently work with other services while respecting individuals' privacy rights, of course, and ensuring our responsibility for keepers of personal information, but still being able to provide that more consistent continuum of service experience. We need to provide practical, usable practice standards that align with their sector-specific requirements and any professional responsibilities they may have. We can set out these practice standards, but we have to make sure that they are usable by the people in the system, or we won't see that frontline impact for the people experiencing and needing our support. We've mentioned this, evaluation approaches. We need to standardize evaluation approaches that are evidence-based, but that they include the voices of the people in the programs we serve in a meaningful, real way. There's work out there that really shows us how to do this, and we need to make sure that we're all supported to include those perspectives when we not only go to change our programs, but anytime we're going to look at how successful, how do we define success, and make sure that we're doing that from these principles. We need to determine what legislative, regulatory, and policy changes are necessary to align with the principles we've discussed. We need to provide clear expectations of outcomes for ourselves, including aligning our organizational structure and human resource tools like job descriptions with expectations. So that's the tools to support the change that we have in front of us. The next is training and development in the top right. We need consistent standards of practice and training for staff that contribute to an enhanced and interconnected continuum of support for service users. This helps make sure that culture of working together to support residents isn't based on, a personal skill set or competencies of the people involved in the service delivery. This also helps to align interdepartmental team goals and objectives. An ISD training framework will be complex considering the existing mandatory training in all of our different areas, as well as high-intensity team training for our demonstration sites, like we mentioned, and strategically employed to ensure that training efforts maximize the change management impact. What this really means is whatever we do training-wise, it can't be a blanket approach. We need to have some minimum standards, but we also need to make sure that we strategically approach it to really have the biggest impact on the folks that are most often supporting our most complex residents or residents that require multiple services. So although the training framework will be in development soon, this is all coming. We're setting up and preparing through the conceptual framework development. Initial awareness sessions have already begun across systems and have been happening since December 2020. These sessions have been provided to over 300 employees so far across systems. We provided employees the opportunity to hear and understand the challenges people face accessing our services and setting out our intentions for ISD. This will help prepare staff for changes as they unfold in the coming years. Another example of this, although it was not a specific ISD initiative, was the training that you will have heard was co-developed, and my colleague mentioned it, or it was on a slide earlier, relating to Indigenous cultural awareness and sensitivity training that's implemented across our systems. And that's an example of a minimum level, really helpful training opportunity that helps our staff. We're supporting our staff to provide service with a certain understanding of the people we serve. Last and certainly not least, stakeholder engagement. We know we can't go down this road, this planning road, very far without fully including our communities in this work. We've spoken about principles that we need to include. We have the framework available, work done by many people across our country to say how we need to embed reconciliation in what we do. What we're doing right now is balancing our efforts with the need to make sure we have a consistent understanding in our own organization. A colleague referred to it as getting our own house in order and the current state of our systems, that we're all on the same page about the current state of our systems, the contributing factors, and our intentions as far as co-designing and delivering any potential initiatives before we go to the table with our stakeholders. We need to make sure that when we show up, we have promises that we're able to keep, and to really start this particular relationship out with a full and consistent understanding across all of these really complex organizations that are part of our government. And the next slide, please, the last slide, slide 12. So next steps, as I've mentioned, we're working right now on an integrated service delivery conceptual framework. The words, that title is really about, like I've mentioned, getting our government to the point where we all agree and we understand what we're here to do, and to set out the intentions for the tools and the approaches we're going to take, as the last slide demonstrated. It's underway, and it'll also help set out some additional timelines for the work that we have ahead. So that concludes our formal presentation. I want to thank the chair, Madam Chair, of course, and the committee for inviting us. And now we're happy to answer any questions you might have about our work and what's coming next.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gardner, and thank you to your colleagues as well for the presentation today. We really appreciate you taking the time to meet with committee. I'll pass questions over to the floor right away, and to any MLAs that have any questions in regards to integrated service delivery. Are there any questions for the department? MLA O'Reilly.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the presenters. I'm just wondering whether there's going to be some sort of evaluation, lessons learned exercise at the end of this, or is this an ongoing thing? And is it going to transform services across all of GNWT? Maybe I can just get some more information about those areas. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, MLA O'Reilly. I will pass it, I guess, to start over to Ms. Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the member for the question. As far as evaluations and lessons learned, everything we do will involve some element of that measurement. And what I'll kind of impress upon our group as part of our presentation is that we expect this to be an iterative process, not in the way that we're not able to show those lessons, but that each of these, some of the initiatives are happening across the territory already and have their own kind of expectations of how to show progress as we go. What we expect to see is, as far as an actual model, such as the demonstration site in Yellowknife, for example, there will be evaluation expectations set up as our government is committed to this approach anytime we do anything new to measure. What we expect is that we actually have to have a continuous improvement approach to this. We have to learn from what's happening either in this particular example or some of the other initiatives that my colleagues have across the territory, and make sure that we're sharing that to improve any efforts that we're making. Part of that in a formal way is the work that we mentioned earlier about common social and well-being indicators. We very much are focusing on how to have that consistent picture across sectors. So if we're looking, I know that some of you may be aware my history is with the Department of Justice. So if we're looking at some justice and crime statistics, let's not look at them just on their own. Let's be looking at those across sectors. So some of those will be kind of a macro level type approach to monitoring what's happening, because some of those indicators really are a higher level indicator. And then we have we're looking into some promising tools that we may have access to actually measure a team or a level's integration level and the person-centeredness. So some really interesting tools that are available and that can be adapted to be culturally safe and appropriate for our operation. So all of those, absolutely, it's part of what we're doing. We are very much informed by evaluation efforts from across our government that have happened already, including the social return on investment study out of integrated case management and any other engagement efforts along the way. What we want to do is balance our engagement and evaluation with taking what we already know and balance that with what we have to do in addition to that, so that we really focus on the work at hand. I hope that answers the member's question as far as a commitment to evaluation, to evidence-based. We saw in our planning principles that evidence-based on wise practices and best practices, really foundational in all of our work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gardner. MLA O'Reilly.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for that response. Another completely different question. There was some discussion of an MOU that was signed amongst the deputy ministers and the Child and Family Services Committee, and I'd be interested in seeing that. Is that something that could be shared with committee? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, MLA O'Reilly. I'll pass this one over to Deputy Minister Doolittle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, that is something we can provide to committee, and we will do that in short order. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Doolittle. Members, are there any additional questions? MLA Semler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going through this, I know that we've had many presentations on this, and I know that initially all this kind of began within Yellowknife, and now that, I guess what my question is according to this presentation, we're starting to change the focus of how we do business. Is that, because I know when we initially started asking, when is this going to move out of Yellowknife? And at the beginning of the discussion, it was, well, it's not. And now we're at the point where we're talking NWT wide. And if that's the case, can I just get some clarification? Thank you.
Thank you, MLA Semler. Deputy Minister Doolittle, would you like to start us off with this one?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And the MLA is correct. This is certainly looking at a GNWT-wide approach. We are starting with the social envelope departments first, so that's the 7 that have signed the MOU. But this picture, we're looking broader, of course, and that will extend out to the NWT and working with communities and engaging with our partners, as Ms. Gardner spoke to earlier. So, Madam Chair, maybe I can suggest turning it to her just so she can explain a little bit about what that process might be, and just, how we're looking at expanding throughout the GNWT, the territory, and of course, engaging with our partners as discussed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Doolittle. Ms. Gardner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to the member for the question. I think what's important for us to keep in mind is I've been fortunate to present to this committee before on the integrated case management program specifically, and I think that's what the member's referring to. And there's a distinction with just a bit of a difference when it comes to ISD, in that with the social return on investment study, what we really learned and what we knew through just anecdotally our experience was that doing a program responsible for this, although it resulted and it continues to result in positive individual outcomes for folks in their experience with our system and in their outcomes, it didn't have and doesn't have what it needs to actually change our systems as a whole. Despite our best efforts, the reality is that there's some complexity here, and that doing it as a program rather than a whole paradigm shift, which is admittedly a pretty large undertaking, but doing it as a program really creates this other silo of that program. And I know some of you have raised that over time as a challenge, even just in the Yellowknife example. So this really is intended to take a look at the lessons we've learned, not just from that program, but from all of the work that has happened from my colleagues, as well as in other jurisdictions, about that experience that people are having when they interact with our systems and what's driving it. What outcome do we actually want from our programs, and are we supporting our staff to serve folks that way? And that's a bit of a difference here, as far as it's not necessarily about finding case managers or pathfinders across the territory, but really supporting all of those people that are engaged with our residents and supporting them to do work in a certain way, and to supporting them by finding what might be preventing that as well. So I hope that answers the member's question. Happy to expand if necessary.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gardner. Emily Semler?
Thank you in a bit, and kind of thanks for clarifying, because it was kind of, I think, this is the government way of thinking now. I guess that's what we're trying to change in the social envelope, so that's what I'm getting from this. And this is one of the things that we have, not only with this committee, like we're doing Child and Family Service Review, we're also focusing on housing and the issue of around housing in the Northwest Territories. And when I look at the social development, housing is a corporation, which is supposed to be arm's length, which we don't have any say. So I find that this is a barrier for us to move forward, or will it be a barrier to move forward? And do you have the right people at the table in this leadership deputy minister level, so that way housing gets pulled into this envelope? Because without housing first, we're going to continue to have healthcare issues, we're going to continue to have education issues, we're going to continue to have children in care, we're going to, it just spirals. So I'm looking at the existing GNWT initiatives that you discussed, and I'm just trying to pinpoint more with the housing aspect into this, to make sure that, because that's where we find that as an MLA, as somebody who's getting the concerns brought forward to them, it's usually somewhere along the lines of losing homes or having no home, or that it all starts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily Semler. Ms. Gardner, would you like to take the first stab at that? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the question. I agree wholeheartedly about how important that is, and that's why they're at the table with us, that are representatives, and that's at any of the demonstration opportunities we're looking at, as well as so that includes the demo site in Yellowknife that's happening, as well as at our table at the territorial senior management level. And they're there consistently and all in. So what I think I'm hearing in the question as well is really about figuring out how far and what that participation looks like as far as action on the ground. And I think that the reality is that our TSMC members, sorry to use the acronyms, the Territorial Senior Management members, are the change leaders. And we have folks there from housing, and they're engaged. And what we'll be able to do as a group is identify where they can make these concrete actions along with our group, and where there's some challenges in front of them that prevent them from doing that. And that's not just with housing. I absolutely acknowledge that how key their role is, but it's really with all of us. How can we do this like we've set out? And what's preventing us from doing it? It's a group of change leaders committed to this work, and they really are in the best position to indicate how far they can go with it and how they might need support to change further. So that's as much as I Mostly I want to acknowledge that impact. We know what the key housing and food and income security pieces are to overall well-being. And this is about how we all work together to do better with what we have now, as well as plan for changes and improvements in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Ms.
On board, and just as Ms. Gardner spoke to the territorial senior management committee deputies specifically, we're asked to provide people who believed in this and who are passionate about this and who will be change managers. So there was some thought put in that, and we do have a really good committee, and I think we will see good things coming out of that work. So we are aware that we need the right people to come together for this initiative to be successful, and we are focusing on that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Doolittle. MLA Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I guess one thing I heard was that, somebody mentioned action on the ground, I guess, and that's what I look for. Like, for me, we put all these processes in place, but we never really talk about who we're providing services to. They seem to be forgotten in everything. And, we talk about integrated, say case management, for instance. Unless you've got somebody in each community to provide that service, I don't see it really going anywhere. If you've got a community where you have an MLA and that MLA only has one community, well, they're kind of they provide that service. So the other thing too is, when we have change there, what does that do? I guess one of the questions would be, what does it do to the, say, the job descriptions of the people that are providing it? Because now they got to work, with other departments as well. And does that impact the impact, I guess, the amount of work that they will have on their plate? And the second thing is, as we get more departments working together to, say, provide a service to, to a person, what is it? How does confidentiality and privacy of information then come into effect at that point? One more question. And how do you, what's the process for quantifying the effectiveness of what this, this change is going to mean? Because if we've been working on it for over 15 or 20 years, is what we are doing now, is it dated or is it still relevant? Thank you.
Thank you, MLA Simpson, the king of slipping in extra questions. Deputy Minister Doolittle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take a stab at these three questions, and then I'll ask to turn it over to Ms. Gardner to provide some more detail. So, we're folks with perhaps frontline services workers have more on their plate already and be asked to take on more. What we're looking at doing, and we haven't moved into the job description changes yet, so I can't provide any detail on that, but we're asking them to do work in a different way. And of course, we know we have to support them in that. Not only does top management have to be thinking this way and supporting them this way, but certainly we need to support and train our frontline staff and our middle managers and all of the GNWT in this initiative. And that's what Ms. Gardner spoke to. So we're not envisioning piling on more work. We're envisioning working in a different way. And Ms. Gardner can hopefully speak to that detail as well. The second point is just about confidentiality. And this is something we know we have to work on as well. We talked about making some changes within government in legislation, and this would certainly be one area that needs to be looked at. So we're live to that issue. We know we have to put mechanisms in place to protect privacy, but also to share information, in ways that we support our citizens that we do serve. So live to that, and we know we need to address that issue, and that one has been a bit of a long-standing issue, and one that's affected, how we do provide services as a government, and has probably led to some frustrations with the folks that we do serve. just sort of quantifying the effectiveness of this, if I've captured that correctly. And I would suggest we've been doing those in these pockets that we were talking about. So certainly with the ICM program, we did have the SROI, and then we spoke to some other initiatives, where this approach, integrated service delivery, this initiative is occurring, and those programs are being evaluated as well. And Ms. Carter spoke to having lessons learned and best practices and learning from that and moving forward. So while we've been trying to do this perhaps for 20 years, we do have some very successful initiatives that we are trying to knit together and learn along the way. And hopefully this has helped us evolve in this initiative. So we are progressing, and I would say having some success in that and definitely improving the services that we do provide to our citizens. So I will ask, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, if Ms. Gardner can provide any detail that I might have left out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Doolittle. Ms. Gardner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing, a couple of things I would add, as far as working in a different way and what that might look like for, the individuals who are carrying this work now on the front line is, one, with this kind of work, what we know from other areas who have taken on these kinds of challenges is that you really do find the efficiencies. We have case examples. We have examples of Northerners who are receiving services from, 6 of us, and that there's some redundancy there, and that results in not only the experience for that person that's at the core of this work for us, is really how are people experiencing our systems. And I heard the members point there and really want to point out that that is a key principle we're talking about. It's important to talk about legislation, regulation, policy. We have to. It's important that we have that as foundational, but ultimately what drives everything for this work and what we've set as principles is the experience of the folks that we're serving. So if what happens is that we have reduced wait lists and we find efficiencies because so many of us are serving the same family, for example, then although there may be an experience of our workers initially, if there's additional training and change is tough sometimes, that's an experience for them. Ultimately, we know that there's efficiencies to be found, and we have processes in place to make sure that we're balancing that in our job descriptions, and all of those processes exist. And we'd, of course, follow that as this work progresses. I want to mention that person-centeredness includes when it comes to information sharing. Of course, everything we do will be compliant with the legislation that exists, whether that's through health information or access, so HIA or ATIP. But really so all of the things that we need to do to be compliant will exist. But also, what's behind that work is still person-centeredness. And what's core to those pieces of legislation is that people own their own information. There are ways, we do them now, and we know that there are other ways to make sure that that person is at the very center of their information and who it's shared with. And that if that's where we start, it gives the tools as well to our staff to do the work that's expected of them. And then my last comment that I was writing down as Ms. Doolittle was chatting was, what we have this time that we haven't had before too is this accountability framework. We haven't had a multi-departmental MOU where everyone's committed to these principles before. Much of our work has been sector focused and had great impacts on folks, but we haven't had an interdepartmental effort like this before. And we're really confident and hopeful that that will support us to show more impactful changes in the future. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gardner. We really appreciate that answer. MLA Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One other question is, you mentioned policy legislation, and I've had the luxury, I guess, of actually not working in government. This is, I guess, the first time I've actually been in government. I've been in the private sector all my life. And so I guess I've been on the other side where, you see red tape and you see how policy and legislation kind of hamstrings you. And so, it's important that at the end of the day is, we're here to provide that service to the end user. And we got to make it so that we can provide timely service and effective service. So, and the thing that really seems to be the issue is we keep creating additional policies and legislation, and it just goes on and on to where we can't do anything. So how much emphasis, I guess, is in this process is put on looking at the red tape, looking at the legislation, and how to make it better so that it's it benefits the people that we are serving, and not benefiting government and protecting us from liability and every other thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MLA Simpson. Deputy Minister Doolittle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll ask to turn it over to Ms. Gardner. She spoke a little bit about the tools and the change that we need and the training and development, and maybe perhaps you can expand a little bit more on, perhaps where that sits within the process. So we certainly know it's something that needs to be addressed, and minimizing it would be helpful. But I will ask Ms. Gardner, Madam Chair, to address the details a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Doolittle. Ms. Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the question. I hear the member when it comes to the policy pieces. We've often had this conversation about that policies and that kind of effort isn't how you always change what's experienced at the front line. The reality for us is that we have to do both. We have to make sure, as stewards of our work, to support and to be compliant with these structures that we exist within. But we also have to really make sure that our focus and what's driving it, and I hope that's come across in our presentation today, is that lived experience of folks. I refer to the social return on investment because it's one of the examples of a study or an effort we've done to show what happens if you measure things by the experience of folks that we're serving. So how we do that is we need to jointly make policy together where our outcomes align, and that's one of the things that we haven't been able to do before as often as we'd like, and we know from other jurisdictions that's key as well. So if the outcome that we want, and we've seen one of the efforts here with the CYCC program, the child and youth care counselors across the territory, those departments got together. What outcome did they want? They wanted children and youth to have access to seamless mental health supports. What was getting in their way? They figured out how to make their systems work better together. Those kinds of things are what we're talking about when it comes to joint policy making. The way that we make sure that there isn't a delay in how that is experienced by the people we're serving is by that change management effort I mentioned, and empowering our staff to make decisions and to serve people along the lines of the principles that we set out. We have to train them. We have that training and really kind of pulling us and shifting us to these principles of practice that we're talking. That's how you see this real time in how people are being served. We have to do the tools. We have to do the legislative and the regulatory framework work to make sure we're fulfilling our obligations on that end. That is not the main focus of our work. We're doing both at the same time because we know that's what's necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. MLA Knockleby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just telling MLA Simpson that next time I'm going to go ahead of him because he made a lot of the same comments. So just building on what he was saying, I also come from the private sector, and in listening to this presentation, I recognize that this is actually probably one of the areas or things that's going to happen under this government that is going to be able to make a lot of the changes that I spoke to when I ran for the private sector, and bringing sort of more of that streamlined, efficient type process to the government, as well as that client care. And so I like a lot of what I'm hearing. I do also have concerns about, well, it's great there's another piece of paper that everybody has signed on to, but does that really mean much in the grand scheme of things? We love to make a lot of paper in the government. So I'm excited to see where this goes. I guess my question for you though is, I hear about this, there's a DM level, and now you're creating another committee under that of the really like the decision makers and the real ones that want to see change. But how much of this process has been informed by the actual people at the very lowest level of your department? And I don't know how to characterize that properly, but where they're the ones that are actually interacting. And I sort of worry sometimes that there's a lot of great ideas at the management level, but how much of the worker level, I guess, or the executor level, maybe that's a better way to put it, is being fed back into that process. So if someone could speak to that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MLA Knockleby. Deputy Minister Doolittle. Deputy Minister Doolittle, I think you might be muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, and of course, the Department of Justice, we have an integrated case management program, so we rely on that a lot. But I mean, in that instance, we worked, with frontline staff, with ICM staff, and we still do. There was a manager working sort of level group with integrated case management, and where many departments were involved as well. In many of the initiatives we spoke to earlier with in health and social services and education, culture and employment, that's where you learn something. Some of the where the barriers are created, or those lessons learned how to create efficiencies are from our frontline staff. So that is something that we relied on early on in the process, and we recognize that we need to continue to do that. It's not all the ideas are not going to be generated at the deputy level, and we really rely on our staff to assist us with that good work. I would ask that perhaps Ms. Gardner speak to this a little bit, just about some of the details in how that, or maybe some examples of how that is working and how it will continue, those important voices will continue to be included in this initiative as we go forward. So really it's a top down and I hate to use the word bottom up, but our frontline staff for sure, we are continuously trying to engage with them and hear their voices and create these best practices and share information. So it's certainly not a top down initiative. And we recognize that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Doolittle. Ms. Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what is most important for me to kind of bring up is this commitment to continuous improvement. And one conversation we've had quite often is, going when we're 70% ready to go, as well as being willing to, I hate to use a bit of a saying, but build it while we're flying it. Part of that is when we say demonstration sites. So right now, the formalized demonstration site, we've moved ICM into an actual ISD demonstration site. We have the right people at the table, and that includes the a supervisory level in all of the systems that we need. And there's extra people there that we haven't had before. And they're the folks that are doing this work. And to be frank, that's where the really nuanced good stuff happens, because what they're going to do is try to solve these. We're empowering them to come up with solutions together to help people reach what they're hoping to reach. So to address some of the housing challenges, the well-being challenges. It's really not housing alone. It's all of these things. And that's part of the challenge. People don't show up with just one challenge at a time. So we have the right people at the table, and have empowered them to do work this way. It's just beginning. We're just starting on that journey with this particular group. And when they run into something that's outside of their ability to change, their job is to raise it to this senior manager working group, to those who have the authority to make a change. And if they can't, we go to the next level. So as much as it very much looks like a common bureaucratic level of accountability, we have built in there these practical actions so that every time that happens, so even though, for example, that's a Yellowknife demonstration site, when those issues come up, we have the people at that table that are responsible for services across the government. So the idea is that we're able to really see where those challenges are and then set to addressing them. That continuous improvement cycle is really what we're focusing on. And I think that this particular accountability framework for us will work to get that really nuanced, important information from the front line, and to help relieve them of the frustration they experience quite often too when they can't come up with solutions that work for everyone. I hope that addresses your question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gardner and Deputy Minister Doolittle. Emily Knockleby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it does. And actually, all the words and language that I'm hearing actually really makes me quite excited. I think I've spoken before in other areas of the government where I feel like at times we're so liability and risk adverse that it paralyzes us from moving forward. And I think my colleague was also speaking to that, and wanting to have everything done to the absolute 100% perfect, everything's been thought out, and not really moving forward, and in the meantime everything is getting a lot worse. So I'm quite glad to actually hear 70% ready to go, where it's like build it while we're flying it. While I don't want us to be, seat of our pants and not, and not thinking about things. If we don't, we're making our situations worse as we sit here and try to make everything perfect. So I'm excited to hear those words. I think it speaks to a little bit more of what I was trying to say about private sector thought, where, for us, when it was always about money and we don't have the luxury that the government has to take time on things. So I think I see that change coming. So I appreciate the department's work on that. And yeah, I don't really have another question. I just wanted to make that comment. So, and please continue. I guess the thing would be maybe a commitment to continue to engage our committee so that we can be yet another set of eyes on your work and provide some feedback and maybe think of some things that you haven't thought of already. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily Knockleby. Deputy Minister Doolittle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And of course, we just appreciate the support from the committee on this initiative and going forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Doolittle. Members, are there any additional questions? Emily Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't want to send the wrong message. Like I am optimistic about the process that we're going through. I'm optimistic when I look at the makeup, of the MLAs here today, and in cabinet and that, and how people actually work together. I followed, I guess, politics over the last, few decades, so I kind of know how things have worked. And change is good, and I think that, and I'm hoping that the staff as well, and throughout government, from the top to the bottom, and vice versa, and that they're going to embrace this change. I think a lot of people want to see change because they realize that for the territory to move ahead, we've got to help people. We've got to make it so that we bring up. People, we are housing people. We got to make sure that people are getting educated. We got to make sure that, Aboriginal kids aren't getting taken away from their parents. We have to make sure, we're not throwing, Indigenous people into jails all the time. And we got to make sure that we are hiring Indigenous peoples as well. So I am really optimistic, with what we're doing here, and I'm hoping for the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily Simpson. Deputy Minister Doolittle.
No, again, thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate all the feedback and understand that we are not going to generate all the ideas here in the departments, and appreciate engaging with the committee and any feedback from committee. And we share your optimism for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Doolittle. Members, are there any additional questions today? Seeing and hearing none, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for your time today and for presenting on this very important initiative that the GNWT is undertaking. We look forward to continued conversations and updates from your team as you go. We're very excited for the work that you're doing and believe that it's definitely required in order for the NWT to be able to move forward and to meet Northerners where they are with the services they need to succeed and to thrive. So we thank you for your time today. We thank you for the hard work that you're putting in as well with your colleagues from all of your departments, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, so we will be spending the rest of our day in camera, and so I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the public for joining us today. We had a number of meetings held in the public this morning, and we really appreciate those members of the public that were able to join us on some really important calls. And so with that, I'd like to request a member for a motion to move in camera. Emily Knockleby, thank you very much, and thank you to the public for making time for us today.